Zaim, leader at the time, agreed to destroy the city's fortifications and pay the Greek king 3,000 talents of gold that he withdrew from King David's sepulchre. The gesture saved the city, and the evidence remains as a testament to Jewish bravery of 134 BCE. The Tower of David complex has been excavated for years, and still today, new findings are linking the Jewish people to their history in Jerusalem millenniums ago.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Alec Pollard, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest stories in the region. Tensions between Jerusalem and Washington continue to grow over the future of Gaza. The White House is said to have delivered a sharp rebuke to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu following Israel's strike that killed senior Hamas commander Raad Saad, with U.S. officials claiming the attack violated the Gaza ceasefire. According to a report by Axios, American officials warned Netanyahu that the strike risked undermining President Donald Trump's role in brokering the deal. One official was quoted as saying Washington would not allow Israel to damage the president's reputation or the agreement. Asked about it in the White House, President Trump said this.
But was that a violation of the ceasefire, the strike on the Hamas general?
We're going to have to see. We're looking into that.
How soon do you expect that international stabilization force to be up and running in Gaza?
I think that it's, in a form, it's already running. In a very strong form, it's already. But it'll get stronger and stronger, and more countries are coming into it. They're already in, but they'll send any number of troops that I ask them to send. They want to see peace. We have more than 59 countries. We have many countries that aren't even in the Middle East, but they're fairly close to the Middle East. They want to be involved. So it's been pretty amazing.
Disagreements were also aired in Jerusalem during talks with U.S. envoy Thomas Barak concerning the Lebanese and Syrian fronts, and Jerusalem is reportedly up in arms over reports that the U.S. is now considering a sale of F-35 fighter jets to Qatar. To break this down, we now have Reserve Lieutenant Colonel Maurice Hirsch from the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs. Thank you for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me.
So, first of all, what should we read into this? This is a report that's coming from Axios regarding a possible, let's say, rebuke of the Trump administration to Netanyahu for conducting that strike in Gaza, breaking the ceasefire, so to speak. Israeli officials are saying it's Hamas who are breaking the ceasefire, and Israel is responding.
I think one of the problems that we've had all the way along since the ceasefire deal was really set forth to start with was that it was more of a Swiss cheese more than anything else, with more holes than necessarily than substance. The subject of disarming Hamas was always one of the stalwarts of that agreement. Hamas needs to disarm, needs to be disbanded, or otherwise it will just rebuild its power, reconstitute its forces, and again continue to pose a threat. And so this is something which we haven't seen much movement on, really the opposite. Since the ceasefire went into really into force, Israel has been providing the Gazan population with 600 trucks of aid every single day, going straight into the hands of Hamas, and which has really been reconstituting, rebuilding, and reestablishing itself. So that really hasn't been the case. We also saw the other elements of the ceasefire agreement, which included allowing the senior Hamas members to lay down their arms and then be given safe passage almost out of the Gaza Strip. What was Raad Saad still doing there in the Gaza Strip, reconstituting the Hamas terror forces, excuse me, to carry out the next attack? As Khaled Mashal has said, there will be another October 7. Just yesterday, Osama Khamdan, another senior member of Hamas, saying that we will continue on with our resistance, as they call it, and the efforts to murder Israelis and Jews. He said there's no Hamas leader, whether in private or in public, that regrets or even that doesn't agree with the October 7 massacre. So this is what we're dealing with. And to say that President Trump is going to say, well, it's only Israel that has a breach of ceasefire, I don't think that's a real real option that's on the table. I think it's possibly catering to the Qataris, to Erdogan, to the Turks, who are saying, well, you have to stop the Israelis from actually disarming Hamas. They are, Qatar and Turkey are Hamas's defenders.
So that raises a question. It raises a question regarding Trump's policy. We know that Trump says he likes Erdogan very much, for example. We know that he's in a good relationship with the Qataris. He wants to sell now F-35s potentially to the Qataris. Is this revealing the fact that it's unrealistic what Trump is trying to achieve by having the relationship with all of these contradicting powers in the Middle East, and that it means that the the international force stabilization plan that he said is coming along very well is not realistic? It can't progress in the current climate.
I think it's probably unreasonable to assume that there is any other force really on the globe that will take up arms to effectively and actively disarm Hamas. Gunfights, gun battles in Gaza Strip with these terrorists to disarm them. That is, I think, an unreasonable scenario that was part of this this ceasefire agreement from the start. And I think that is, whilst President Trump may be presenting the positive side, well, there are lots of people who will send as many forces and as many troops as we want, or as many troops as he wants. I feel that we won't see any of that active fighting against Hamas, which is the only thing that will force them to disarm. And so we can talk about positive vibes and a positive environment, but what we actually need to see is action on the ground, Hamas being disarmed, Hamas being disbanded, and not being allowed to reform, reconstitute, and rearm itself.
So how should Israel navigate that? Because essentially what you're saying is Hamas is rearming, Trump is talking big, which is something that he's very good at doing, we know. But when it comes to action and actually doing it, only Israel can really disarm Hamas. But on the other hand, if Israel does take action, as it did against Assad, then it might get a rebuke from the U.S. and say, look, you're jeopardizing our plans.
So I think that what Israel needs to advocate for, it should have done the same with the Oslo Accords all the way back then in the 90s, to ensure strict adherence to the agreements signed. Hamas committed as part of the ceasefire agreement to disarm. The countries involved in that agreement, including Qatar and Turkey, agreed that they would assist in disarming Hamas. Israel must demand strict adherence to those provisions. In the same way as we have allowed the aid into Gaza, we have fulfilled our side of the agreement. There must be strict adherence on the other side. And once that starts to crack, once we allow the terrorists to dictate which provisions they will respect and which provisions they will blatantly flout, then we will see that this will not be the end of the conflict, but rather just another, albeit extended, flare-up in this continuing cycle of violence, and nothing will unfortunately have changed. That will be bad for the Palestinians, it will be bad for Israel, and it will be bad for the rest of the Middle East looking on to see, well, what resolve will actually win out? Will it be President Trump's resolve to disarm and defang the terrorists of the region, or will those terrorists prevail in dictating on what terms they are willing to continue fighting against Israel? So that's really the wider perspective of regional politics and diplomacy that we need to discuss. And everyone is watching. Who is going to blink first?
You mentioned the rest of the Middle East looking on. There was these talks with Thomas Barak, the U.S. envoy for Syria, about the situation in Syria and in Lebanon. What do you think Israel should be doing or pressuring or advocating for concerning the American involvement in trying to reach a more stable reality there in the northern front?
I think on all the different fronts, whether it be Hamas, whether it be Lebanon, whether it be Syria, it's going into these situations with your eyes wide open, understanding that none of these people are changing their minds. They're not changing their policies. They're far from becoming Zionists. Many of them are still fundamentalist jihadi supporters who have the sole goal of destroying Israel deep within their psyche and within their policies. And that's something which all of the policies need to understand and to dictate that this isn't something that we're going to go into. So in the thought, in the aspiration that these people will, at some later stage down the line, maybe change their policies. Lebanon will not change as long as Lebanon is dominated by Hezbollah, by the Shiites, by Iran, directly and indirectly. Lebanon will unfortunately not change. Mahmoud Ashara is not becoming a Zionist. And that has to be understood, because if we delude ourselves now, willful blindness will not lead to any long-term stability, but will lead the entire region into another cycle of violence and ongoing violence, which is something which obviously is not good for any of us.
Well, that's also a question regarding, you're talking about making sure agreements are enforced. There is the same question in Lebanon, with Hezbollah not enforcing the agreement there, and Israel trying to make sure that area remains demilitarized. They had the same problem, Israel, after 2006. Everything south of the Litani was supposed to be free of Hezbollah forces, and that didn't happen. So it just seems like history is repeating itself, where we have these international forces that are condemning Israel for trying to enforce agreements, and then when those agreements aren't enforced, lo and behold, conflict erupts at some point later down the line.
The problem really starts where, and you described the situation very, very, very clearly and very exactly. Every time there's been an agreement, the terrorists don't meet their part in the agreement, and then Israel is vilified for enforcing the agreement. The problem starts when Israel shows the first level of flexibility. Well, we can possibly wax over this breach of the ceasefire agreement. Let's remind everyone, the first part of the ceasefire agreement was meant to be that within 72 hours, all of the hostages will be returned to Israel. The terrorists haven't even met that fundamental basic requirement. Ran Gvili is still being held by the genocidal terrorists in Gaza. They know exactly where he is. They are doing this in order to test our resolve, to test the resolve of the US, and for no other reason. And this should be and should have been the very basic demand. All of the terrorists, before anything else, all of the hostages be released in the same way as we released all of the terrorists. Only then can you discuss any further movement. And until they meet that requirement, then they are in constant breach of the ceasefire agreement. And this is what Israel should be saying, I believe, on every single forum, every single discussion. Hamas is in fundamental breach of the ceasefire agreement, and that is really something that needs to be dealt with by these other countries, all these other involved parties that have so much leverage. Erdogan, Turkey, has massive leverage over Hamas. As we know, Turkey is the home to hundreds of Hamas revenue developing companies. Without Turkey, Hamas loses a large portion of its investment, of its funds, and its ability to really operate. And that gives Erdogan a lot of leverage. He is refusing to use it. And President Trump needs to understand that, and Israel needs to call them out for that.
All right. Thank you also, Reserve Lieutenant Colonel Maurice Hirsch from the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs, for that breakdown, and also mentioning, of course, Ran Gvili, who is the last Israeli hostage still in Gaza, meaning phase 1 of the agreement has not yet been implemented. Thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me.
Moving on now, it's been more than a year after it was filed that the International Criminal Court in The Hague rejected Israel's appeal against the arrest warrants issued for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, leaving them in effect. The decision, which passed by a now 3-2 vote in the ICC appeals chamber, is final. Israel's foreign ministry criticized the ruling, calling it politics disguised as international law, and accusing the ICC of disregarding the sovereign rights of non-party states, including Israel. Israel maintains it did not commit war crimes and insists the decision ignores its domestic investigations, undermining both Israel's sovereignty and the ICC's obligations under the Rome Statute. Robbie Sable, professor of international law at the Hebrew University, joins us now. Thank you for coming on. Can you explain what Israel's appeal was about, and did they give an argument for its rejection in the ICC?
Gil, as you pointed out, Israel is not a party to the court. By the way, neither is the United States. And we're put there by pretense that there's a Palestinian state which has control over the Gaza Strip. Clearly not true. But once they've decided that, under the statute of the court, every state is given an opportunity to investigate it itself. And Israel's appeal was, we were warned that there will be a discussion on the occupation and Israeli settlements, but there was no warning about the discussion of what they claim are war offenses in Gaza. We should have been given an opportunity to investigate it ourselves. And the appeal court decided no. The fact that they had warned us about the settlements was enough to cover the fact that they are claiming war crimes and we're not entitled to investigate it ourselves. It's relevant to point out that the decision was made by a majority of 3 against 2. In other words, there were 2 judges who completely accepted Israel's appeal. It's a blow, it's a procedural blow, not a substantive blow, but it certainly is a procedural blow to Israel's standing.
Right. So from what I understand, this was basically a pause on investigations of the ICC while the appeal was ongoing. And now that the appeal has been rejected, so they resume basically with the investigations into the war crimes?
Yes, Israel will still have an opportunity to claim, which I think is correct in law, that the court has no jurisdiction. It's questionable whether there's a Palestinian state, even more questionable whether they have control over Gaza. But whether the court will accept it, I'm not sure. The problem with all international tribunals is politics. The judges are appointed by states. States have their own foreign policy. It's not an impartial court. And we have to assume, and I regret it, that all international tribunals which are appointed by states are going to be controlled by politics, and I'm afraid this is what happened here, and is likely to happen in the future as well.
So you say controlled by politics. Can you get into that a little bit? Like what politics, who? There's the prosecutor, Karim Khan, who's also had allegations, for example, of sexual harassment against him. What exactly do you think, some of those politics that are at play that led to this decision?
In other words, a judge has to be completely impartial. When a judge is appointed by a state, there's always the possibility that he'll be influenced by the foreign policy of that particular state. Though many of the judges of the court are very fair, some are not. And we have to assume that on issues of Gaza, Israel, Palestinian, Israel is in a minority. We don't have political support of most states. United States, as you pointed out, is not a member. It cannot come to our defense there. Therefore, we're alone, and we're facing a court whose judges and prosecutors have been appointed by states, and we have to assume that not all of them will be impartial.
What do you make of Karim Khan, the chief prosecutor of the ICC? Do you think he's impartial or not?
No, I don't think he is. I think he has his personal problems, which are not our things, but he wanted to get a Western democratic state. The accusations against the court have been, so far, they were only prosecuting third world states. And he felt he had an opportunity to get hold of a state that was democratic and, in his views, Western, and Israel was an obvious target. And I think that's what his aim was. And we have to assume the court will also be happy, if they can, to try and convict leaders of a democratic Western state to prove the, quote, impartiality of the court.
Right. So what are the implications for Netanyahu now that the arrest warrant is still in place against him? The investigation into the war crimes to actually not just have a warrant, but to convict will continue. What does that mean that Israel has a prime minister who has this cloud hanging over him?
We dispute the jurisdiction of the court, and we're going to claim it. And I don't know I hope the results of the court will accept it. If not, we will be faced with a possibility of prosecution. I mean, as yet there's been no prosecution. There's a preliminary stage, but there is the possibility that trial prosecute Israeli leaders. I hope and believe that most Western states won't accept the decision of the court, will not try and invest it. But we have to assume that there may be some states that will participate with the court and try and take action. But we're a long way from that. Again,
Right, so
there's no prosecution yet. We're still at a very preliminary stage.
Right, so it is a long way from actually getting to a point where the court convicts of war crimes and so forth. But just the fact that this process is ongoing and it's going to drag out for a long time, that is going to be very bad for Israel. It's another example of these international institutions like the UN that have this fixation on Israel and give legitimacy to those who want to destroy Israel, who say, look, these international organizations are essentially saying that Israel is in the wrong.
I think to a certain extent, this was the objective of the Palestinians, perhaps of South Africa, simply to try and delegitimize Israel, even though they may assume that in the end the court cannot decide that their war crimes were committed. Nevertheless, in the meantime, they're smearing Israel's name, trying to delegitimize our self-defense, and I regret that to a certain extent they've achieved it.
All right, Roby Sable, Professor of International Law at Hebrew University, thank you very much for coming on and helping us break down this complex issue. A day after the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in Australian history, mourners returned to Bondi Beach, not in fear but in defiance, to light Hanukkah candles and pray for peace. More than 1,000 people gathered at the same Bondi Pavilion, the same location where two terrorists opened fire on a Jewish community celebration just 24 hours earlier, killing at least 15 people and wounding dozens more. Under heavy police security, the crowd lit the Hanukkah candles and recited prayers for the dead, the wounded, and the traumatized Jewish community. Many thousands in Sydney visited the growing memorial of flowers and candles Monday at the site of the attack that became Australia's deadliest shooting in decades.
Feels really vulnerable. It feels like you never get to, you always hear that on the news. This always happens overseas, happens in Israel, but it never happens to us here. This is supposed to be our safe space, especially Bondi was just most of the most magical, fun areas where it's all about, we're in the silly season, and then suddenly feeling almost betrayed or feeling like it's hard to describe.
Dramatic new footage has emerged from the Bondi attack, showing an elderly couple trying to disarm one of the terrorists. Camera footage from a passerby car shows 69-year-old Boris Gorman struggling with one of the gunmen. Him and his wife Sophia were later shot dead. Australian police have now positively identified both shooters in Sunday's deadly Hanukkah terror attack at Bondi Beach, a father and son duo, 50-year-old Sajid Akram and 24-year-old Naveed Akram. Indian police claim Sajid came originally from the South Indian city of Hyderabad, that has a significant Muslim population, and an investigation reveals the two went through some type of military training for the attack in the Philippines in November. Police confirmed the father was shot dead at the scene, while the son is hospitalized in critical but stable condition and is expected to survive and face charges for the shooting spree that claimed at least 15 victims. Australian officials revealed that Naveed Akram was known to the Domestic Intelligence Agency as far back as 2019 over concerns he was accessing extremist material and communicating with radicalized individuals, including a jailed Islamic State terrorist. A 6-month investigation ended with no finding of an immediate threat, and he was removed from watch lists. Police say the father legally owned 6 firearms, obtaining his license in 2015. Authorities found 4 weapons at the scene, additional guns at the rental property, improvised explosive devices in the vehicle, and an Islamic State flag, although conclusions on affiliations remain under investigation. And joining us now is Dr. Shalon Slater, a clinical psychologist for United Hatzalah, part of a mission that was sent to Australia for the Bondi Beach victims. What can you tell us about your purpose there? helping the survivors deal with the trauma of this incident?
We in Israel have a lot of experience with this kind of thing, and supporting trauma survivors in an area of crisis is something that we do in Israel and have done abroad. So our primary mission is to identify the various waves of people in need of our support and visit the hospitals, visit the families, and help them process the unbearable things that they witness.
Right. And what type of processing? I mean, how do you do that? You have experience, like you said, in Israel, so many terror survivors. And there were people who were saying that this is a similar process as happened after October 7th for survivors of October 7th. And we know how important that treatment is because there were survivors of that massacre here in Israel who ended up committing suicide. They couldn't deal with the trauma that they went through.
Well, that's an excellent question. And the answer to that is that our purpose is to provide speedy response while the victim of the terrorist attack is still processing, but before they've actually consolidated a story that will wind up becoming a trauma or a post-trauma story. We got on a flight immediately as soon as we heard about the terror attack. We were on a flight the same day, and we arrived as quickly as possible to speak to the victims and try to help them understand what happened, to reframe the narrative of what happened to a more positive narrative so that they can focus on the areas of their experience in which they did have agency, in which they were not helpless, in which they were able to do something, anything to protect themselves. The helplessness and the isolation are two of the factors that we combat when we come into a situation, and we try to enter the situation as soon as possible after the disaster occurs.
And what is your assessment of how people there are dealing with it? Do you feel like they are strong in the face of this adversary, or they are struggling with your personal kind of experience of being on the ground there? Not very long, just...
Right, we landed last night, and I think that your use of the word defiance is actually a really good descriptor for what's going on here. Of course, there's a tremendous amount of sadness and pain. There's the first funeral that's going to be happening tomorrow, a lot of angst over the fact that children were exposed to very, very difficult scenes that they're having trouble processing. Entire families are sleeping in the same room at night because they're afraid to go back to.
We seem to be having some technical difficulty. We can't hear our guest Sharon Slater, so we're gonna say goodbye to our guest there. That was Sharon Slater from United Hatzalah. That's a first aid group here in Israel, voluntary group. They're in Bondi on the ground with the survivors. Now, a word from our sponsors.
As the world moves to boycott Israel, the people working to restore life to the biblical heartland face daily challenges. Blessed by Israel offers a simple way to support these efforts by bringing unique and beautiful products from Judea and Samaria directly to you. From the hilltops of God's land to your home, you can find exceptional items crafted by families and small businesses in the heart of Israel. With US-based warehouses, Blessed by Israel ensures affordable prices and fast delivery. Choose from a range of products, including skincare, artisan flowers and foods, olive oil, tahini, honey, and much more. There are many great options for giving wonderful gifts to your loved ones. Visit blessedbyisrael.com to explore these products and discover the inspiring stories behind them. Scan the QR code on your screen to take part in fulfilling God's prophecies.
And here again, just to show you those dramatic footage of the attempt, another attempt to disarm the attacker of the Bondi terror attack. We know, of course, of Ahmed al-Ahmed, who successfully disarmed One of the terrorists here was a prior attempt to do so that failed and could have saved many lives had they succeeded, but that was really a heroic struggle by Boris Gorman and his wife. These are elderly people, 69, 62 years old, trying to disarm the terrorists, but failing to do so, unfortunately, and paying with their lives. That's all for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. You can scan the QR code on your screen for further updates from our ILTV app. I'm Alec Pollard. Thank you very much for watching.
Your dream apartment in the holiest city in the world is just a click away. Am Yisrael Chai, the lifeline for so many chesed operations in Israel, is holding their annual Dream Raffle, where one ticket only can buy you a luxurious apartment in the heart of Jerusalem. Don't win the apartment? No problem! All raffle proceeds from all tickets go directly to one of the incredible organizations that Am Yisrael Chai supports. And for the first time ever, the apartment is fully furnished. Don't miss this incredible opportunity to actively donate to Israel's functionality and, on the way, potentially score big and win the apartment of a lifetime. Scan the QR code now to join. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Good Week Israel, the show where we recap for you some of the positive highlights that have been coming out of Israel from this past week. I'm your host, Deva Klein, and coming up on today's show, Jewish heritage uncovered in this agricultural finding. Have a look at Kolel Chabad and how they are feeding Israel's hungry. And United Hatzalah unveil their brand new Ambu scooters. Take a look at this incredible discovery made in the Old City of David complex in Jerusalem. This broken down wall dating back centuries is actually a testament to Jewish presence in the Old City of Jerusalem. Let's see. The Israel Antiquities Authority staff have uncovered a remarkable finding. Underneath the Tower of David's site, excavators discovered the remains of a dismantled border wall, a wall meant to keep the holy city of Jerusalem fortified. But there are discrepancies. Why was the wall taken down? And why does the carbon dating refer the wall to a post-Hanukkah era after the Maccabean revolt? Multiple interpretations are offered, but excavators from the Israel Antiquities Authority are saying that the wall could have been taken down as a gesture to then Greek king Antiochus, not to be confused with Antiochus, the Hanukkah story villain. Archaeologists believe that around 134 BCE, 3 decades after the Hanukkah story, Jerusalem was attacked again by another Greek king. To save Jerusalem from yet another siege, the Hashmonaim leader at the time agreed to destroy the city's fortifications and pay the Greek king 3,000 talents of gold that he withdrew from King David's sepulchre. The gesture saved the city, and the evidence remains as a testament to Jewish bravery of 134 BCE. The Tower of David complex has been excavated for years, and still today, new findings are linking the Jewish people to their history in Jerusalem millenniums ago. And Maccabi Tel Aviv basketball hosted their very first home game after nearly 2 years of away games due to security concerns in Israel's war with Hamas. Have a look. Maccabi Tel Aviv players are preparing for their very first home game in over 2 years. With "We're Back" shirts draped on the stadium chairs, the team has been waiting patiently to play in their home courts in the European Basketball League.
מתרגשים, לא מאמינים שזה קורה. רואים, מתחילים פה קצת לקשט את היציע, התחושות שהתגעגענו אליהם, ובאמת לא יכול לחכות לזה.
Maccabi Tel Aviv's game against Villeurbanne tonight will be the second European League game to be played in Israel since the regulations have been lifted, with Hapoel Jerusalem hosting the first ever game back in their home court in the Holy City against Hamburg in the Euro Cup. EuroLeague is Europe's top-tier and most prestigious basketball competition, while the Euro Cup is the second-tier competition, making tonight's game significant, not only for the team, but for basketball fans across the country.
We're really exciting for tomorrow, like playing again in front of our home crowd. That's really special for us. We went through a lot of difficulties in the last 2.5 years, and finally we are home again.
Back and hopefully better than ever. United Hatzalah unveiled their brand new Ambu scooters, a vehicle set to significantly reduce response times, which in turn will help medics save lives in Israel. Have a look. At Tel Aviv's Mitcham HaTachana, volunteers of United Hatzalah gathered to receive a brand new Ambu scooter as part of a brand new pilot launched by the life-saving organization. United Hatzalah's goal, arriving at the scene within 90 seconds, is now getting a massive boost, with these brand new Ambu scooters set to shorten response times and allow for more efficient life-saving.
This is a very innovative move that we have started now in order to be able to provide life-saving services to the people who live in urbanic areas, in the big cities, where it's sometimes impossible to get to support them, to help them when they are in need. We know that it takes sometimes a very long time to get to a patient in need, and in order to save their lives, we need to be there as quickly as possible.
Many don't know that the first few minutes in a medical emergency are the most crucial for a patient's survival. But United Hatzalah medics do know this and are now finding new ways to address this need. The volunteers earning a brand new Ambu scooter are ecstatic to get started.
I'm going to use it in Jerusalem, not only in Tel Aviv, because also Jerusalem we have small streets like in the Rova, like in the Shuk, Nachlaot, places, that's where I live, places that the motorcycle just cannot reach, and the new unit is going to be a life changer and a game changer in this area.
This is just another example of how United Hatzalah uses innovation to improve response times, refine their system, and ensure that when there is a medical emergency, United Hatzalah is here to treat patients in the best way possible and completely free of charge. And now let's take a look at Blessed by Israel and the sheer craftsmanship coming out of Judea and Samaria. All of these products are now available for buyers from all around the world. Take a look.
In Hebron, one of the oldest Jewish communities in the world, Moshe and Tehillah Yahalom raised their children with the same devotion shown by the patriarchs and matriarchs buried just meters away. Their flour is organic and fresh milled, but the real story is the family behind it. When vandals destroyed their vineyard, cutting vines and damaging irrigation, Moshe didn't walk away. He replanted every branch, refusing to give in to fear or intimidation. Today, the Yahaloms not only grow wheat and olives, they've also restored the ancient tomb of Ruth and Jesse, turning a neglected site into a place of prayer, beauty, and connection. This is the heart of Blessed by Israel, families who bring new life to ancient soil. Up in the hills of Benjamin, another story begins with a father's love. Shlomo and Naomi Keshet welcomed their son Elnatan, born with Down syndrome, into a bustling home of 6 boys. Shlomo worked for years in the olive oil industry, dreaming of a way to connect his son to the land. That dream became Adva Soaps, a small factory producing handmade, all-natural soaps using local herbs and olive oil. Today, Elnatan works alongside his father, stamping, wrapping, shipping products that reach homes all around the world. And Shlomo's mission has grown. He now employs other adults with special needs from Judea and Samaria, giving them dignity, purpose, and community through meaningful work. And in the Jordan Valley, what began with a tractor, a horse, and a young couple's hope has become a thriving oasis. Omer and Naama Atidia moved to the desert north of Jericho nearly 2 decades ago, determined to turn barren land into farms of abundance. Their 7 children now help run a flourishing grove of olives, mangoes, dates, and even a small herd of sheep. Their award-winning olive oil is just one of the products available through Blessed by Israel. These are not just producers, they are modern-day pioneers of Israel's heartland, families who bake, farm, plant, craft, and rebuild, even amid uncertainty. And this year, as Hanukkah approaches, you can strengthen their light to shine into the world even brighter. By choosing gifts from Blessed by Israel, your holiday shopping becomes a direct investment in the families who keep the biblical heartland alive. You're not just buying wonderful gifts like olive oil, soaps, jewelry, honey, or handcrafted goods. You're uplifting the people who make them.
Kolel Chabad is one of the oldest running charities in Israel ever. And today they are still making sure that Israel's needy communities are not left behind. Have a look.
A soft moment inside a small Jerusalem apartment. A Kolel Chabad staff member singing to a woman who has lived a full century. Here in Jerusalem, some of Israel's oldest residents are living alone, often far from family, and often with no one checking on them, except Kolel Chabad. Founded in 1788, Kolel Chabad is Israel's oldest charity, and today its mission remains the same: help anyone in need with dignity, respect, and a human touch. Each day, hot, freshly cooked meals are prepared and delivered to thousands across the country. But here in Jerusalem, the work is deeply personal. Volunteers don't just drop the food at the door. They step inside, they say hello, they check on how people are doing. For many recipients, this is the only visit they receive all day.
Each of these doors, behind it there's another resident with a fascinating story. Each one has an amazing life story, but the last apartment, all the way on the top floor, the final corner, the last apartment, 479, there's a woman that lives here, 103 years old, one of Israel's oldest residents. Rosa is 103 years old. She lives here in Yerushalayim 23 years. She came from Moscow, from Moscow. And we have the merit every single day to deliver food for her here in her apartment.
Rosa is just one of the thousands who depend on this work. Holocaust survivors, immigrants with no family left, and seniors who simply cannot afford food in a city where prices keep rising. From the hallways of public housing to the small apartments tucked into Old Jerusalem, every delivery is a reminder that no one should grow old and be left alone. And in a time of national crisis, when many families are struggling more than ever, Kolel Chabad's work has only grown. To support this work and to help ensure no senior in Israel goes hungry, you can donate directly to Kolel Chabad. Every meal makes a difference.
And JNF USA's Brotherhood mission is back. And this time, they're touring Israeli sites that they never have seen before. Check it out.
Well, men from across the U.S. are uniting to support Israelis impacted by the war, from bereaved families and injured soldiers to small businesses struggling to recover. Joining us now via Zoom is Dr. Steve Katz, emergency medicine physician and founder and chair of the Jewish National Fund USA's Brotherhood Mission to Israel. Steve was with us in the studio earlier this year, and the 3rd annual mission is now set for February 25th through March 4th. Steve, it's so great to have you back with us. I want to start just by asking you, what is the Jewish National Fund USA's Brotherhood Mission? Who's it for, and how does that fundraising aspect work?
Thank you for having me. The Brotherhood Mission is all about connecting Jews from the diaspora, in this case mostly America, to our brothers and sisters in Israel. And our only goal is to perform as many acts of loving kindness for that 1 week for our brothers and sisters in Israel, and to raise as much money for those projects as possible. Last year we raised $2.4 million, the year before $1.1 million, and this year we're hoping to raise obviously a lot more, hopefully $3 million or more.
Now, since launching these missions after October 7th, as you mentioned, more than $3 million has already been raised. What have been some of the most powerful moments from the past missions, and why did it feel so urgent to do this now?
I think after October 7th, we all need to step up. This is not the time to sit on the sidelines, whether you're in Israel in the military or whether you're a civilian in the States. I think we all are one people, Am Yisrael, and we all must stick together. Some of the highlights were visiting Rimon Farms, which is a therapeutic farm in the south that supports the needs of children in distress, PTSD for soldiers that have served Israel so valiantly, Shomer HaChadash and Adam Va'adama, creating the future leaders of the state of Israel, supporting agricultural needs and security for kibbutzim and moshavim. We've met with former hostages. We've met with Sagi Dovev and the amazing work that he's doing at Tel HaShomer Hospital with injured soldiers on a daily basis. This particular year, we're having a huge party on Purim with Naftali Aklum and the Ethiopian community in conjunction with a bunch of combat IDF units. And I could just go on, but our goal is simply to help our brothers and sisters in Israel in every single possible way that we possibly can for 1 week straight.
Now, as you are recruiting for this third mission, what's new this year, and what do you hope that participants and the Israelis they're supporting will walk away with?
What's new this year is we're spending more time at less places. So, for example, we're spending a full day in the Golan Heights with the mayor and deputy mayor of the Golan to do a building project. We have a general contractor from the States who's going to be with us. So we're going to be doing a big building project there for 1 full day, 45 guys working. We're doing a project with the Ramat HaNegev region in the south, similar project. And we're doing a big event the first night we get there with Next October, which is the brainchild of Itzar Shai, whose son unfortunately fell after October 7th. And he created this beautiful organization that connect new high-tech companies in memory of those that were bereaved. So we're doing a big event with the families of the bereaved with Next October.
Now, if someone is watching and wants to be a part of this mission, how can they get more involved? How can they support the important work that you're doing in all of these Israeli communities?
Sure. JNF.org/Brotherhood Mission has all the information, has all the previous videos and newspaper articles, and outlines exactly what we're doing. We are nonpartisan. The only partisan activities we have is that we're fiercely committed to the people of Israel.
All right, I want to thank you, Dr. Steve Katz of the Jewish National Fund, USA.
Thank you.
Yad Ezra v'Shulamit are making sure that Israel's northernmost city, Kiryat Shmona, and its residents are not being abandoned. After countless rocket attacks, evacuations, and more, Kiryat Shmona is now a ghost town. But Yad Ezra v'Shulamit are working overtime, sending trucks and food baskets to support their community. Have a look.
And moving on, Kiryat Shmona, the heart of Israel's north, is still recovering from the war with Hezbollah. After the countless evacuations and rocket impacts in the city, many residents left. And what remains now are the final residents clinging on to the life they once knew, trying to make some money and put food on the table.
Israel has won the war in the north, or has it? While Hezbollah didn't destroy Israel north physically, they have wiped out Kiryat Shmona's economy. Take a look.
After 2 years of war and countless evacuations, Kiryat Shmona, the capital of Israel's north, now feels like a ghost town. Shops are closed, malls are empty, and without jobs in business, people struggle to put food on the table. Yad Ezra v'Shulamit, the largest distributor of food baskets in Israel, has already received thousands of new requests for food from families in the north, each struggling to make ends meet.
ההורים לא עובדים כי מפעלים שלהם לא נפתחו. אני מכירה פה אנשים באים, כל בן אדם שנכנס כמעט בוכה שאין לו פרנסה. עד 8 בערב אני מחכה שמישהו יבוא ולהתחיל לפרנס, אני לא יודעת איך אני יוצא מכל זה.
וכמה עוזרת המדינה בעניין הזה?
בינתיים לא עוזרת. בינתיים לא עוזרת בשום דבר. אני לבד מתמודדת עם כל הדברים.
Joining me now in studio is Jamie Geller with insights on how we can save the North. Jamie, thanks for being with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us a bit about how we can save the situation in the north?
Okay, well, we all remember the sirens and the rockets and the evacuations of the communities in the north. But what we didn't see and what we don't know now is the absolute devastation that has hit the Kiryat Shmona economy.
Right. So what do you mean by that?
So these are working class people who have come back, even at risk of their own lives, to come to the north, to come back to Kiryat Shmona, and there is just no business. And now they're sitting there with no food. These are people that were never on the receiving end before and really don't know what they're going to put on the table for the next meal.
So what does this mean for the future?
Well, basically, the government and money has been sent to Kiryat Shmona and other similar communities to help rebuild schools and hospitals and critical infrastructure. But that's really a long-term view. And while critical, we have these people right now who do not have food to put on the table. So Yad Ezra Shulamit is literally on the ground now, providing food baskets for all those that have asked. Over 400 requests have been made from the city of Kiryat Shmona. That represents thousands of people. And it's literally a cry for help from the city itself. And we really need to be there to help them. It's a matter of survival.
So what can we, citizens of Israel, or maybe even people abroad, do to help these people?
Okay, so food baskets, that's the beginning. We need to make sure that they can get back on, rebuild themselves, reestablish themselves. And food is critical for that. So to really help Yad Ezra Shulamit in terms of reestablishing Kiryat Shmona and the people there, helping them get themselves back on their own feet. There is basically a 21,000 businesses that have closed since the war and a 49% increase in unemployment. So Yad Ezra Shulamit is running a matching campaign right now. Every single donation is doubled. So for everyone watching here in the ILTV community has been unbelievable in supporting the hungry of Israel right now. They've been unbelievable. We want them to support at least one family, and then we can feed everybody in the north, because we don't want these people to move. I mean, they don't want to move. They're strong, they're resilient, and basically Kiryat Shmona sits on the border of the Lebanese border, on the border of Lebanon. So this is critical city to the security of Israel. And these people have come back, even like I said early, at risk to their own lives. So they're standing there resilient, protecting Israel's border. We can't leave them hungry, and we can't leave them without food to eat.
We're talking about an entire city here that needs to recover psychologically, economically. How does the food basket program help in the larger picture?
Okay. Well, essentially, like I said, the big infrastructure is being taken care of by government and funds from abroad. But if people don't have what to eat, there will be no one left to go to these hospitals, schools, and to live in this fruitful city. So this is literally a matter of survival and putting food on the table. And food baskets are the first step in terms of rehabilitating people that were never on the receiving end before. These are working class people that want to get back to work. We just had to feed them in the interim.
Thank you, Jamie. I assure you that the ILTV community and viewers are supportive of your cause of saving the North. We can't let Kiryat Shmona disappear. It's right on the border with Lebanon and probably the most important city in the North in terms of national security. It's the end of the year and the perfect time to get those last tax deductions for 2025. Please take a moment to scan this QR code on the screen to feed a family in Kiryat Shmona and help save the capital of Israel's North. All donations are being doubled right now.
A very, very important and worthy cause.
And that's all for today's Good Week Israel. I hope we've helped to deliver a little bit of positive news that you get to now take with you into this week ahead. As always, I'm Devo Klein. Take care of yourself, and thank you so much for watching.
And as Israelis continue rebuilding lives, communities, and livelihoods, many families in the biblical heartland say the most meaningful support isn't political, it's personal. And one of the simplest ways to stand with them is also one of the most powerful, choosing to shop from the small businesses of Judea and Samaria. You can do that through the platform Blessed by Israel. ILTV's Mayan Hoffman has more.
In Hebron, one of the oldest Jewish communities in the world, Moshe and Tehillah Yahalom raised their children with the same devotion shown by the patriarchs and matriarchs buried just meters away. Their flour is organic and fresh milled, but the real story is the family behind it. When vandals destroyed their vineyard, cutting vines and damaging irrigation, Moshe didn't walk away. He replanted every branch, refusing to give in to fear or intimidation. Today, the Yahaloms not only grow wheat and olives, they've also restored the ancient tomb of Ruth and Jesse, turning a neglected site into a place of prayer, beauty, and connection. This is the heart of Blessed by Israel, families who bring new life to ancient soil. Up in the hills of Benjamin, another story begins with a father's love. Shlomo and Naomi Keshet welcomed their son Elnatan, born with Down syndrome, into a bustling home of 6 boys. Shlomo worked for years in the olive oil industry, dreaming of a way to connect his son to the land. That dream became Adva Soaps, a small factory producing handmade, all-natural soaps using local herbs and olive oil. Today, Elnatan works alongside his father, stamping, wrapping, shipping products that reach homes all around the world. And Shlomo's mission has grown. He now employs other adults with special needs from Judea and Samaria, giving them dignity, purpose, and community through meaningful work. And in the Jordan Valley, what began with a tractor, a horse, and a young couple's hope has become a thriving oasis. Omer and Naama Tidya moved to the desert north of Jericho nearly 2 decades ago, determined to turn barren land into farms of abundance. Their 7 children now help run a flourishing grove of olives, mangoes, dates, and even a small herd of sheep. Their award-winning olive oil is just one of the products available through Blessed by Israel. These are not just producers, they are modern-day pioneers of Israel's heartland, families who bake, farm, plant, craft, and rebuild, even amid uncertainty. And this year, as Hanukkah approaches, you can strengthen their light to shine into the world even brighter. By choosing gifts from Blessed by Israel, your holiday shopping becomes a direct investment in the families who keep the biblical heartland alive. You're not just buying wonderful gifts like olive oil, soaps, jewelry, honey, or handcrafted goods. You're uplifting the people who make them.
And you can scan the QR code to visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's code BLESSISRAEL for 10% off your first order. And moving on, United Hatzalah has been saving lives in Israel for over 2 decades by equipping regular day people with the tools and training to save lives anywhere, anytime. Now, with the launch of their brand new Ambu scooter, the organization hopes to reduce response time even more than they already have with their Ambu cycles. ILTV was at the dedication ceremony. Let's take a look.
At Tel Aviv's Mitcham HaTachana, volunteers of United Hatzalah gathered to receive a brand new Ambu scooter as part of a brand new pilot launched by the life-saving organization. United Hatzalah's goal, arriving at the scene within 90 seconds, is now getting a massive boost, with these brand new Ambu scooters set to shorten response times and allow for more efficient life-saving.
This is a very innovative move that we have started now in order to be able to provide life-saving services to the people who live in urbanic areas in the big cities where it's sometimes impossible to get to support them, to help them when they are in need. We know that it takes sometimes a very long time to get to a patient in need, and in order to save their lives, we need to be there as quickly as possible.
Many don't know that the first few minutes in a medical emergency are the most crucial for a patient's survival. But United Hatzalah medics do know this and are now finding new ways to address this need. The volunteers earning a brand new Ambu scooter are ecstatic to get started.
I'm going to use it in Jerusalem, not only in Tel Aviv, because also Jerusalem we have small streets like in the Rova, like in the Shuk, Nachlaot, places, that's where I live, places that the motorcycle just cannot reach, and the new unit is going to be a life changer and a game changer in this area.
This is just another example of how United Hatzalah uses innovation to improve response times, refine their system, and ensure that when there is a medical emergency, United Hatzalah is here to treat patients in the best way possible and completely free of charge.
3 million Israelis are dealing with trauma since October 7th. To help Israelis heal, Hadassah is there, with the largest rehabilitation center in Jerusalem, world-renowned medical centers, and youth villages. It's said, saving a life saves the world. Imagine helping millions. This is Hadassah, a life-changing force in Israel and the world.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Alec Pollard, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest stories in the region. Tensions between Jerusalem and Washington continue to grow over the future of Gaza. The White House is said to have delivered a sharp rebuke to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu following Israel's strike that killed senior Hamas commander Raad Saad, with U.S. officials claiming the attack violated the Gaza ceasefire. According to a report by Axios, American officials warned Netanyahu that the strike risked undermining the president's role in brokering the deal. One official was quoted as saying Washington would not allow Israel to damage the president's reputation for the agreement. Asked about it in the White House, President Trump said this.
But was that a violation of the ceasefire, the strike on the Hamas general?
We're going to have to see. We're looking into that.
How soon do you expect that international stabilization force to be up and running in Gaza?
I think that it's, in a form, it's already running. In a very strong form, it's already. But it'll get stronger and stronger, and more countries are coming into it. They're already in, but they'll send any number of troops that I ask them to send. They want to see peace. We have more than 59 countries. We have many countries that aren't even in the Middle East, but they're fairly close to the Middle East. They want to be involved. So it's been pretty amazing.
Disagreements were also aired in Jerusalem during talks with U.S. envoy Thomas Barak concerning the Lebanese and Syrian fronts, and Jerusalem is reportedly up in arms over reports that the U.S. is now considering a sale of F-35s to Qatar. More than a year after it was filed, the International Criminal Court in The Hague rejected Israel's appeal against the arrest warrants issued for Prime Minister Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Gallant, leaving them in effect. The decision, which passed by a narrow 3-2 vote in the ICC appeals chamber, is final. Israel's foreign minister criticized the ruling, calling it politics disguised as international law, and accusing the ICC of disregarding the sovereign rights of non-party states, including Israel. Israel maintains it did not commit war crimes and insists the decision ignores its domestic investigations, undermining both Israel's sovereignty and the ICC's obligations under the Rome Statute. A day after the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in Australian history, mourners returned to Bondi Beach, not in fear, but in defiance, to light Hanukkah candles and pray for peace. More than 1,000 people gathered at the Bondi Pavilion, the same location where 2 terrorists opened fire on a Jewish community celebration just 24 hours earlier, killing at least 15 people and wounding dozens more. Under heavy police security, the crowd lit the Hanukkah candles, sang Yaseh Shalom, and recited prayers for the dead, the wounded, and the traumatized Jewish community. Many thousands in Sydney visited the glowing memorial of flowers and candles Monday at the site of an attack on a Jewish festival that became Australia's deadliest shooting in decades.
Feels really
Australian
vulnerable.
police have now...
It feels like you never get to, you always hear that on the news. This always happens overseas. happens in Israel, but it never happens to us here. This is supposed to be our safe space, especially Bondi was just most of the most magical, fun areas where it's all about, we're in the silly season, and then suddenly feeling almost betrayed or feeling like it's hard to describe.
Australian police have now positively identified both shooters in Sunday's deadly Hanukkah terror attack at Bondi Beach, a father and son of Pakistani descent, 50-year-old Sajid Akram and his son, 24-year-old Naveed Akram. Police confirm the father was shot dead at the scene, while the son is hospitalized in critical but stable condition and is expected to survive and face charges for the shooting spree that claimed 16 victims. Investigators say the pair told family they were on a fishing trip in Jervis Bay but were actually staying in a short-term rental in the Sydney suburb of Campsie. Australian officials revealed that Naveed Akram was known to the Domestic Intelligence Agency in 2019 over concerns he was accessing extremist material and communicating with radicalized individuals, including a jailed Islamic State terrorist. A 6-month investigation ended with no findings of an immediate threat, and he was removed from the watch list. That's all for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Sivan Raviv, and coming up in today's newscast. Australia is reeling after the deadly mass casualty terror attack at a Hanukkah celebration in Sydney left at least 15 people murdered and dozens injured. In Israel and around the world, Jews light Hanukkah candles under heavy security, honoring the victims of the Sydney terror attack and declaring resilience in the face of hate. And as Israel faces rising pressure on multiple fronts in Gaza and in Lebanon, we ask one of Washington's most experienced diplomats, are the ceasefires holding or are they cracking? Hello and happy Hanukkah. On this second night of Hanukkah, a holiday rooted in perseverance and light, the Jewish world is in mourning. In Sydney, Australia, officials have released the names of only some of the 15 people murdered in yesterday's mass casualty attack at the Hanukkah celebration on Bondi Beach in Sydney, Australia. 27 shooting victims remain hospitalized, 6 are in critical condition. Australia ordered the nation's flags to be lowered to half-mast in mourning. ILTV's Devo Klein has the latest on this tragic event.
The wounded and the murdered victims killed in the massacre range from age 10 all the way to 87. Not all of the victims of the Hanukkah massacre have been officially identified. Those who have been named include 87-year-old Holocaust survivor Alex Kleitman, who was killed while shielding his wife Larissa. She was wounded and is in recovery in the hospital. Also included is 10-year-old Matilda, the youngest victim of the attack. Around 27 people were wounded in the attack and remain in the hospital for treatment. 6 of them are in critical condition. One of those wounded is Ahmed Al-Ahmed, a 43-year-old fruit shop owner who bravely tackled and disarmed one of the shooters. He was shot twice by the gunman. Al-Ahmed is being hailed as a hero throughout Australia. Authorities have identified the shooters as a father and son aged 50 and 24. They live in a Sydney suburb that was searched by authorities recently. The father was killed at the scene by police fire. His son, earlier identified as 24-year-old Naveed Akram, is in critical but stable condition. The father was a licensed firearms owner, and the police have believed all of his weapons to now be recovered. The Australian Prime Minister has ordered the nation's flags to be flown at half-mast as a sign of a nation in mourning for the victims of the deadly Hanukkah massacre at Bondi Beach.
An attack on Jewish Australians is an attack on every Australian. And every Australian tonight will be, like me, devastated on this attack on our way of life. There is no place for this hate, violence and terrorism in our nation. Let me be clear, we will eradicate it.
One day after the deadly terror attack at the Hanukkah celebration on Sydney's Bondi Beach, Australia's Jewish community is waking up in grief, fear and anger and asking, where does the country go from here? ILTV's Mayan Hoffman spoke with community members.
The sand has been cleared, the sirens have stopped, and the crime scene tape is slowly coming down. But for Australia's Jewish community, the trauma of Bondi Beach is only beginning. At least 15 people were murdered and dozens more wounded when 2 gunmen opened fire at a Hanukkah celebration attended by more than 1,000 people. Today is the day after, and the questions are raw.
I'd say that the community is in shock, absolutely. How could you not be? But if I were to say to you we were surprised, I'd be lying.
For many, the fear is no longer abstract. Former Zionism Victoria President Yossi Goldfarb says he has never seen anxiety like this before.
For 20-odd years I've been a father, I've never seen them scared the way they are now.
Anger toward the government is widespread. Community member Menachem Vorkheimer says warnings were ignored.
We've been gaslit. That is the truth. This government is an abject failure, and they simply do not care about Jewish lives.
Others say the attack has shattered their sense of belonging.
I'm feeling heartbroken, but not surprised. The writing's been on the wall for 2 years. I'm already speaking to a lot of people who want to leave.
But there is also defiance and a demand for leadership. Israeli-Australian community member Nirit Eilon says running cannot be the answer.
I don't think that we have to run away each and every time. I think that it's about time that this government will take action and do what she needs to do.
Some are looking to Israel, not out of ideology, but necessity.
I do believe that many Australians who are on the precipice of making a decision to move to Israel will indeed make the conclusion.
Still, Jewish leaders insist the community will not disappear quietly.
We are not going to, crawl into a hole or hide behind brick walls.
And Liebler says there is still a way forward.
And I think if we can continue to be united and focus on what matters, we will overcome this very challenging period.
For Aaron Molan, the moment is about more than one community.
If you think because you aren't Jewish you are safe from this hate, then you are deluded. I'd be lying if I said this wasn't sitting very heavily on me, but will I leave? Absolutely not.
Today, Australia mourns. But for many Jews down under, the day after feels like a turning point, one that will define whether their country can still be called home.
And in Tel Aviv, hundreds of people gathered for a vigil to honor the victims and support families affected by yesterday's deadly and tragic Hanukkah shooting at Bondi Beach in Sydney, Australia. The gathering featured candlelight tributes and moments of silence as Israelis stood in solidarity with their fellow Jewish community in Australia in the aftermath of the terror attack that targeted innocent families during a Hanukkah celebration. The vigil included speakers and community leaders expressing condolences and calling for unity against anti-Semitism as mourners paid respect to those murdered and injured.
We're here because this gathering is not only about us as a global Jewish family, it is intensely personal. We are all 2 degrees of separation at most from people who were there, people who were, God forbid, shot, and I'm sure for many of the people here from the Australian Jewish community who made Aliyah, they know personally names of people who were killed or injured.
And Hanukkah events worldwide were held under heavy security after the terror attack in Australia. In major Jewish communities, world leaders and community figures said the public candle lightings were a message of solidarity, resilience, and defiance, and that light will prevail over darkness in the face of hatred. More from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
Major Western cities with large Jewish communities stepped up security around public Hanukkah events as a precaution following the deadly anti-Semitic terror attack at the Hanukkah celebration on Sydney's Bondi Beach. Authorities in Berlin, London, New York, and Paris reinforced police presence at synagogues, Jewish institutions, and public menorah lightings as Jewish communities marked Hanukkah. In Berlin, police tightened security around the Brandenburg Gate, where a large public menorah lighting was held. German President Franz-Walter Steinmeier made an unannounced appearance at the ceremony, which included prayers for the victims in Sydney.
Und die schreckliche Ereignis hat uns alle schockiert und sprachlos gemacht. Aber lass uns klipp und klar sagen, wir werden uns nicht einschüchtern lassen. Auf keinen Fall.
In New York, Mayor Eric Adams said security was deployed around synagogues and public Hanukkah events across the city, and he vowed to ensure that the Jewish community can celebrate safely. The police commissioner was clear.
I'm going to be blunt. This is not an isolated incident. It is part of a wider assault on Jewish life, an environment in which hatred far exceeds rhetoric and erupts into horrifying acts of violence. Jewish communities are being forced to confront a threat that is persistent, adaptive, and is evidenced yet again today, global in scope. That's why the NYPD is acutely focused on prevention. We calibrate our presence to meet the threat, no matter where it lurks or whom it targets.
London's Metropolitan Police said security was increased with expanded patrols and coordination with Jewish communities, even as officials said there was no specific threat linked to the Sydney attack. In France, public Hanukkah ceremonies were held near the Eiffel Tower and the Arc de Triomphe, as authorities ordered heightened security around Jewish sites throughout the holiday.
Les symboles du judaïsme sont aujourd'hui attaqués partout dans le monde. Et on voulait se rassembler aujourd'hui très spontanément pour montrer notre soutien à la communauté juive australienne, mais aussi dénoncer l'antisémitisme, dénoncer le terrorisme.
World leaders and community figures said the public candle lightings were a message of solidarity, resilience, and defiance. They stressed the message that light would prevail over darkness in the face of hatred.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu attended a candle lighting ceremony joined by the family of Ran Gvili, the last remaining hostage whose body is still held in Gaza. Netanyahu pledged, "We will bring Rani back, just as we brought back 254 out of our 255 hostages." Turning to the deadly shooting at the Hanukkah event in Sydney, Netanyahu read out a letter he sent Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese months ago, warning that his government's policy encourages terror.
It pours fuel on the anti-Semitic fire. It encourages the Jew hatred now stalking your streets. Anti-Semitism is a cancer. It spreads when leaders stay silent and you must replace weakness with action.
Now for deeper insight into the diplomatic picture surrounding Gaza, Lebanon, and U.S.-Israel relations, we're joined by Dennis Ross, a veteran diplomat and Middle East negotiator who served in multiple U.S. administrations and helped shape decades of American policy in the region. Former Ambassador Dennis Ross, thank you for joining.
Good to be with you.
Let's talk about the big picture first. You've been involved in Middle East diplomacy for decades, looking at Gaza and Lebanon right now. Are these ceasefires with Israel genuinely holding, in your opinion, or are we simply in a temporary pause before the next escalation?
You know, I think it's too much to say it's a temporary pause before the next escalation, but I think what is true is that these are not stable ceasefires. The greatest single reason they're holding is because President Trump wants to be sure that the ceasefires hold. So the U.S. is applying pressure on the Lebanese, on Israel, on the Syrians, and through Turkey and Qatar on Hamas, and maybe through Egypt as well. So in each case, you have an incentive on all the parties at this point to try to preserve the ceasefire, even though the underpinnings are not that strong. So the key in Gaza, as you move into this phase two, is Is Hamas going to disarm? If so, what does that process look like? How credible is it? What are the milestones to show that it's real? If, in fact, it's taking place, there will be pressure on Israel to withdraw to the perimeter within Gaza. So the disarmament is crucial to seeing Israeli withdrawal. If you're going to have phase two, that has to take place. In Lebanon, the Lebanese government has to move in some credible way to further disarm Hezbollah. Hezbollah is threatening a civil war if it does so. Israel is threatening it will act militarily if it doesn't happen. Again, the U.S. is the major player here in terms of trying to ensure that Hezbollah is disarmed, and yet you don't see a collapse into a whole new war or a whole new escalation. The U.S. wants phase two to go ahead in Gaza. It wants, in Lebanon, a ceasefire to be preserved and Israel not to escalate, but it also wants disarmament. In Syria, it wants an understanding between the new Syrian government and Israel. In all these cases, there's a pretty wide divergence between what the Israelis want to see, what the reality on the ground is, and what the U.S. is trying to preserve.
So with U.S. focus split between Gaza, Lebanon, Iran, and Saudi normalization, is Israel at risk of being pressured into concessions for the sake of regional stability? Or does the current U.S. approach actually strengthen Israel's hand?
Well, I think there's no question that the U.S. wants to see not just regional stability, it wants to see Israel integrated into, even more, into the security architecture and political architecture of the region. Now, for that to happen, you're going to have a transformation in Gaza. You're going to have to see Lebanon become more controlled by the Lebanese government. You're going to have some understandings between the interim Syrian government and Israel. In all those cases, you're going to see the U.S. pressing both sides, but it means it will also be pressing Israel. The threats in Lebanon may be useful, that the Trump administration makes clear to the Lebanese government if they don't act, Israel will. But by the same token, President Trump doesn't want to see what has been a process in Lebanon suddenly explode in a new conflict. He wants to see phase two in Gaza. And phase two in Gaza will require not only the disarmament, but it also requires withdrawal on the Israeli side. So Israel will face pressure from the administration, given the administration's desire to show it is transforming the region. The president has said he's brought peace to the Middle East. He doesn't want to see all that collapse.
Now, finally, we saw a deadly anti-Semitic terror attack in Australia just yesterday. From your perspective, is the international community taking the anti-Semitism threat seriously enough? And what responsibility do world leaders have in drawing a clear line against anti-Semitism?
Well, they do have that responsibility. I think we have a good example in Australia where somehow there's a blurring of distinctions. The criticism of this Israeli government's actions created an environment where something like this became more thinkable. The governments, whether they're in Australia or elsewhere, have to find a way to balance whatever their criticism is of Israeli actions without looking like they're somehow sanctioning the ability to go after not just Israeli targets, but also Jewish targets. What we've seen is a normalization of anti-Semitic tropes. What we've seen is Jewish communities being seen as a stand-in for Israel. And therefore, if you're opposing Israel, you can attack the Jewish community as well. It's up to leaders internationally to draw an unmistakable red line and to make it very clear that whatever criticisms they may have of Israel, it is unthinkable, it is illegitimate, and those who engage in this kind of behavior will be brought to justice, and they'll face the full measure of that justice in response.
Former Ambassador Dennis Ross, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Israel is revolutionizing modern medicine through bioconvergence, the fusion of biology and technology, to tackle some of the world's toughest healthcare challenges. ILTV's Mayan Hoffman explains. Let's take a look.
The healthcare industry is facing a global crisis, from superbugs to neurological diseases. But Israel is leading the way with groundbreaking solutions. One of the country's boldest initiatives is the National Bioconvergence Program, bridging the worlds of biology and technology to create life-saving innovations.
Today, 1.3 million people die in the world. due to antimicrobial resistance or superbugs, and by 2050, 10 million deaths are expected.
Antimicrobial resistance, or superbugs, is one of humanity's greatest threats. But Israeli startup Nanocynics has developed a rapid diagnostic platform that gives doctors same-day results, helping them prescribe the right antibiotic in under 5 hours.
It's a bioconvergent platform that consists of a disposable microfluidic test card, a hardware and a software, which can also not only treat the patient better, but also prevent the propagation of superbugs in the environment, in particular in hospitals.
The technology could save millions of lives and potentially prevent an estimated $100 trillion in global economic losses by mid-century. Another pioneering company, Itai and Beyond, is growing lab-made brain tissue derived from patient cells to test and develop new drugs for neurological disorders. This breakthrough blends biology, electronics, and AI, the essence of bioconvergence.
Our company, Itai and Beyond, is developing a patient-derived lab-grown brain tissue to test and develop new drugs for these disorders.
Bioconvergence is the world in which biology meets other technologies from the world of engineering, both hardware and software.
Supported by the Israel Innovation Authority, the Bioconvergence program provides startups like these with funding, accelerators, and access to a powerful ecosystem of researchers and entrepreneurs.
You will find bioconvergence technologies in healthcare, in food, in agriculture, climate, sustainability, and so it's a very wide range of precision tools to deal with different challenges.
Israel's a unique mix of high-tech expertise and world-class biomedical research makes it a natural leader in this fast-emerging field. The program's holistic approach, merging the strengths of biology, engineering, and computation to generate cutting-edge solutions for complex challenges, ensures that promising ideas become real-world impact faster. From fighting deadly bacteria to finding cures for brain disorders, Israel's innovators are proving that when technology and biology come together, the results can transform lives. To learn more about Israel's Bioconvergence program, visit the Bioconvergence website.
Israeli President Isaac Herzog lit the first candle of Hanukkah alongside recently freed hostages and bereaved families. Herzog said that the entire nation has prayed that light would overcome darkness and return them home. The president also noted that the body of the last remaining hostage, Ran Gvili, must still be returned.
בחנוכה לפני שנתיים היינו עם רבים רבים בכיכר החטופים. עמדנו שם כולנו וייחלנו לנס. התפללנו, עם שלם התפלל, שהאור יגבר על החושך, שכל החטופים יחשובו הביתה, מי לחיק משפחתו לשיקום ומי לקבורה נאותה. והנה אחרי 800 ימים מאותו יום נורא, של 7 באוקטובר שמחת תורה, אין נס גדול יותר מאשר לראות כאן, ובכלל, חטופים ששבו מגיא צל מוות. וכמובן לחבק את המשפחות השכולות שנמצאות איתנו.
As Jews light the Hanukkah candles and remember the Maccabees who fought to protect Jewish sovereignty, a modern battle over Jewish history is unfolding in the state of Israel. This time, Regavim is on the front lines, working to protect the physical remains of our past and the connection they represent. ILTV's Mayan Hoffman has more.
Hanukkah is a story of light, resilience, and continuity. It commemorates the Hashmonaim dynasty, whose members fought to preserve Jewish life, faith, and sovereignty in the land of Israel more than 2,000 years ago. Today, that legacy is not only remembered. In some places, it must still be defended. Regavim recently uncovered a disturbing case of desecration near the ancient Hashmonaim fortress of Jericho. Burial caves from the Second Temple period, believed to be part of the royal Hashmonaim burial grounds, were damaged during agricultural and landscaping work approved by the Palestinian Authority. Tractors rolled over the site. Catacombs were looted. Human remains that had rested undisturbed for more than 2,000 years were scattered across the ground. Hikers who came upon the scene described bones lying exposed in freshly plowed earth. Later, archaeologists identified the caves as part of the largest known Second Temple era burial complex in the region. Their findings revealed not only archaeological destruction, but also a profound violation of Jewish history and law. Regavim alerted Israel's civil administration, and together with volunteers from the Preserving the Eternal Project, the Binyamin Regional Council, and residents, launched a rescue mission. The goal: gather the desecrated remains and ensure they received a proper Jewish burial. The mission was accomplished. On Hanukkah, a commemorative tombstone was unveiled in their new burial place, marking what is now, hopefully, the final resting place of the Hashmonaim royal family. The burial of abandoned human remains is a Jewish commandment that overrides nearly all others. However, for Regavim, fulfilling this obligation was about more than honoring the dead. It was about reaffirming the unbreakable bond between the Jewish people, the land of Israel, and Jewish history. Regavim is fighting a different kind of battle than the Maccabees did back then, but the purpose remains the same: to protect Jewish sovereignty and to safeguard the land of Israel.
To learn more about and stand with Regavim in this modern-day Maccabean effort, scan the QR code on your screen to visit their website and sign up for the Regavim newsletter. Now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies and partly rainy showers are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 11 degrees Celsius or 52 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see cloudy skies and partly rainy showers alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 17 degrees Celsius or 64 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our new live channel, and you can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Keep up with us on social media. That's at ILTV_Israel on all platforms. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Sivan Raviv. Happy Hanukkah, and may our light here in Israel and worldwide defeat all darkness. Thank you so much for watching.
It's either they agree to disarm or we will disarm them. We will not leave any threat to the state of Israel in Gaza.
Wow, there's a lot of things that the Western media has empowered me to believe that were not true.
A lot of people will say that while, there's no way to prove genocidal intent, that a lot of characteristics about this war has looked like genocide. And what do you have to say about that?
I mean, the reality is that no other country is held to the type of standard that Israel is held to.
With your background in Holocaust education, do you feel that there are a lot of parallels between what led up to the Holocaust and what we're seeing across America and Europe today?
There's definitely, I think, red flags there for sure that concern me. Especially the online rhetoric and the way I read some study the other day that I think says for every one pro-Israel post, there's upwards of 20 pro-Hamas posts. That kind of thing, the sort of mass groupthink.
Welcome to another episode of Off the Record, where we break down stories shaping Israel, the Jewish world, and the entire Middle East. This is a place where we sit, deep dive, and discuss topics beyond the headlines. I'm Zina Rachamilova, and as we record this episode, there is one hostage who remains in Hamas captivity. Ran Gvili is the last deceased hostage in Gaza. Ran was a 24-year-old Israeli police officer who rushed to southern Israel on October 7th to fight off Hamas terrorists. He fought to defend civilians at Kibbutz Alumim and is credited with saving many lives. He is remembered by some as the Shield of Alumim. He is believed to have been killed by the Hamas terrorists on October 7th, with his body abducted to Gaza. Israel has told mediators that Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad know how to reach Ran's remains. Gal Hirsch, who is in charge of the Israeli delegation that deals with the hostages, traveled to Cairo last week and demanded action from the mediators to ensure that the terror group retrieve Ran's body and return it to Israel. The mediators are indicating to the Israeli delegation that Hamas is showing interest in standing by the ceasefire hostage deal and wants to move to the second phase of the deal, which is supposed to include Hamas's disarmament and the demilitarization of Gaza. In an official statement, however, Hamas has insisted on retaining its weapons, stating that it will only hand over weapons to the president of a state of Palestine that will be established in Judea and Samaria and Gaza. And until then, it's not up for discussion. The Qatari regime in Doha announced that it too expects a full Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, regardless on whether Hamas hands over its arms. One source told Israel's Channel 12 that it's either they agree to disarm or we will disarm them. We will not leave any threat to the state of Israel in Gaza. Meanwhile, the IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir seems to have declared that the yellow line is the new border line. The yellow line separates two zones in the Gaza Strip. The east side, which is about 53% of the strip, which is under Israeli military control, and the west side, which is under Hamas control and makes up 47% of the strip. The IDF's gradual withdrawal from the east of the yellow line was contingent on Israel getting back all of its hostages and for Hamas's full disarmament. Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir has said that until further notice, the yellow line should be treated as Israel's long-term security boundary, not just a temporary military position. Could this just be a ploy or a tactic to pressure Hamas into complying with their end of the ceasefire? Only time will tell. Meanwhile, around the perimeter of Gaza, Kibbutz Be'eri has decided to demolish all but one of the homes that were devastated on October 7th. Over 100 residents in Be'eri were murdered that day, and 30 residents were kidnapped into Gaza. While the devastation serves as a reminder to the cruelty that Hamas subjected that community to, the members of the kibbutz have decided that preserving the damaged homes would be too traumatic for those who want to rebuild their lives. I'd like to now turn it over to our first ever guest on Off the Record. I'm pleased to welcome, for the very first time, Liv Lane. Liv is a content creator, speaker, and educator focused on Israel education, Jewish-Christian relations, and cultural analysis for Gen Z audiences. She works as the director of social media at Passages Israel, a nonprofit that takes students on trips to the Holy Land. Following October 7th, her work accelerated as she began documenting and analyzing campus protests and anti-Semitic activity in real time, including on-site coverage at major demonstrations such as Columbia University and UCLA. She is currently pursuing a master's in Holocaust and Genocide Studies. Liv, welcome to the podcast.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Amazing. So, Liv, I kind of want to understand, how did someone like you get involved in this type of field?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I've actually been visiting Israel since I was 15. I first came with my grandparents and their small church from South Dakota. And as a 15-year-old, I actually got sick on the trip for like a majority of the trip. I was throwing up, which was very fun. And then I came back in college, actually with Passages, the organization that I work for now. And it changed my life, not just as a Christian in a spiritual sense, like watching the Bible come to life and seeing it in color rather than reading it in black and white, but also from a modern perspective. I think there were a lot of things that stood out to me, the myth of Israel being an apartheid state and then coming to Israel and watching Muslims and Jews live life alongside each other, things like that, where I was like, wow, there's a lot of things that the Western media has empowered me to believe that were not true about Israel. And I'm a big believer in, if you know the truth, you have a responsibility to do something about it and to share it. And here I am.
Amazing. And so what motivated you to actually pursue a master's degree in Holocaust studies and genocide?
Yeah, lighthearted stuff. I originally got my undergraduate degree in psychology, and at the time I think my goal was to basically just become an on-staff counselor at a church. That was kind of where my heart was at, like helping individual people. And then throughout that journey, when I graduated, I felt like there's just something else for me. I don't know if that's exactly what I want to spend the rest of my life doing and studying. And this was when the war in Ukraine broke out, and a friend of mine was going to go do volunteer work on the Polish side of the Ukrainian border. And so I went. And as I was volunteering there, I really realized that the reason why I had pursued a master's or pursued a BA in psychology was not necessarily for my fascination of individual psychology, even though that's fascinating. It was actually because of my fascination with what causes one group of people to enact violence against another group of people. And I thought, what better way to study that than studying the Holocaust? And so I looked and looked, and I eventually found a master's program at a Jewish college called Gratz College, and I'm currently wrapping that up right now.
So I've seen a lot of your videos well before you and I ever met, and I know that you've wanted to speak to a lot of people that may not understand the full scale of what's been happening here. With your background in genocide studies and Holocaust education, what's the one thing that a lot of people don't really understand about the Holocaust when you talk to them, or don't understand about genocide in general, especially in relation to the Israeli-Gaza war?
Mm-hmm. It's a good question. I think one thing that people don't understand about the Holocaust is that it wasn't an overnight thing. I think so often in especially public education, there's like one day dedicated to studying the Holocaust, if that. And then when they talk about those subjects, it's really just like the basic facts about the Holocaust. They don't talk about the hundreds of years of history that led up to the Holocaust, the anti-Semitism that was normalized in the Christian church, for example, that was just not talked about in public education. I think that's something that a lot of people are unfortunately uneducated on, especially Christians. And then when it comes to the war in Gaza, I think people just don't understand the way that the IDF operates. For example, the IDF making phone calls to Palestinians to make sure they're out of areas that they're going to be invading and bombing to get rid of terrorists, knock on the roof bombs, dropping leaflets, like all of these measures that the IDF goes to that no other country would be expected to go to in order to protect civilian life.
Okay, and so do you think that because of the bombardment in Gaza, a lot of what we've seen recently, a lot of people will say that while, you know, there's no way to prove genocidal intent, that a lot of characteristics about this war has looked like genocide, and that there's comments from Israeli politicians, silly politicians, but nonetheless politicians that make it seem like Israel's trying to displace Palestinians, erase them from the area. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, the reality is that no other country is held to the type of standard that Israel is held to. Nobody's demanding that Russia provide humanitarian aid to Ukraine, for example. And so it really comes down to a failure to recognize what the IDF is and how they operate. And also the fact that nobody would say that, for example, Rashida Tlaib is indicative of the entire governmental system of the United States. Every society, every government has its fringe groups. And yes, there are people in the Israeli government that I think it's absolutely horrific, the types of rhetoric that they have been spewing, but they are in no way indicative of the entire Israeli population.
Okay, and so with your background in Holocaust education, do you feel that there are a lot of parallels between what led up to the Holocaust and what we're seeing across America and Europe today?
I mean, I definitely think that the way in which especially Qatari money has been funneled into our public institutions, I think is a major red flag. The way that so many colleges have classes that are about, you know, decolonization and essentially just, you know, railing on Israel and failing to recognize that Israel is actually the most anti-colonialist movement in modern history. Zionism is. There's definitely, I think, red flags there for sure that concern me, especially the online rhetoric and the way I read some study the other day that I think says like for every one pro-Israel post, there's like upwards of 20 pro-Hamas posts. that kind of thing, the sort of mass groupthink that led to the Holocaust is definitely happening now. Whether or not it'll lead to the same extent, obviously, is an entirely other conversation, but absolutely the rhetoric is there for sure.
Well, from what I understand, it took 10 years of mass propaganda in traditional media before the Holocaust began. And, as a Jew, I could see that it's I do see a lot of parallels, but I think the one thing that's different this time is the existence of a Jewish state.
Absolutely.
And a Jewish army. I want to ask, I think it's a very important question. Where were you on October 7th? And what was your reaction when you saw what happened? Were you surprised the way most of us were?
Yeah. So I, on October 7th, actually had a trip planned with a couple friends of mine who've never been to Israel before. I had a trip planned to come in December. And so on October 7th, I was laying in bed, and about 10:30 Central Time was when Hamas started firing rockets into Israel. And I saw on my phone a couple notifications from Red Alert, the app I have downloaded on my phone. And I saw a few notifications, and obviously, Hamas shooting a couple rockets on a Jewish holiday is not a foreign concept. And because my phone was on Do Not Disturb, I wasn't getting the active notifications when I was on my phone. I just saw the few on the lock screen when I initially opened my phone. So I took a screenshot of it and I sent it to the friends that I was going to come to Israel with. And I just was like, this is probably nothing, just so you know, if you hear anything about it, I wouldn't be alarmed. Went to sleep. Then obviously the next morning when I opened my phone, there were hundreds of missed notifications, and I opened Instagram, and the first video I saw was of Naama Levy being put into the back of a Jeep with men with AK-47s screaming Allahu Akbar. And then quickly after, I saw Bibi's announcement, a state of war. And I'd say my reaction, people say all the time that there was a brief moment where the world was sort of on Israel's side before they turned, and maybe that was the mainstream media. But when I got on my X on October 7th, most of the things I saw were anti-Semitic. And I think what surprised me more than anything was, as somebody studying the Holocaust, most of the things that I'm exposed to, the things I learn about, the footage we have is black and white, usually with no sound, whereas Hamas obviously live streamed themselves in full color with audio. And yet you have people now in 2025 saying that October 7th never actually happened, and the same people who are denying the Holocaust are also denying that October 7th happened. So I think that was something that shocked me, because Hamas is obviously very proud of what they did, and the fact that people in the West would excuse it or say that it never happened was a little bit shocking. And I think as much as I hate to say it, the depths of brutality, I watched the body cam footage, and I think the depths of brutality did shock me a little bit. But yeah, I was very, I think in that first, 24 to 48 hours, we were all the fog of war, what's actually happening, what's true, what's not true. And at one point I just had my work computer, my personal computer, the TV was on, and I was on my phone at the same time. I'd been working in the pro-Israel space for over 2 years at that point. So I knew a lot of people who lived here, have a lot of friends in the IDF. So that period of trying to contact people, make sure who was safe, who's in danger, all of that kind of stuff, it was very overwhelming.
I'm sure. And, for me personally, when I saw the world's reaction, I simply thought that it's Jews. It's because we're Jewish and we've been so dehumanized to this degree that people can actually go out on the streets and celebrate our murder in this manner. But then, there's definitely still that strong element, I would say, for sure. But then I watched the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which, as a ally to the Jewish people, I want to extend my condolences to, because I feel that for the Christian community and the conservative community, it must have been just as difficult as it was for any of us had that person been a representative of the Jewish community. In general, the footage was really terrible, but I wanted to extend my condolences to your community for that. But when I watched how people celebrated his assassination, I'm just thinking this is an issue with the West. Like the Jews are just the beginning of it, and the West is getting cooked to see that you can disagree. You don't even have to be sorry that he died if you were someone that felt deeply harmed by his words. But to go out and celebrate it was just something that I was shocked to watch, and I'm just curious to know, like, how are you and your community coping with it? You know, how did you react when you saw it, and what do we do about this phenomena now happening in the West, where it's not just, you know, it's not left versus right. It's not Christians versus non-Christians. It's sane people versus insane people.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was at a coffee shop with my best friend, and she got up to go get a coffee, and so I took the opportunity to check my phone, and I had a notification on X that said, you know, Charlie Kirk shot at Utah College, and I was like, in my head, you know, as somebody who has studied the Holocaust and genocide, watched the Hamas body cam footage, in my mind I'm thinking maybe shot in the shoulder, maybe shot in the leg or the chest or something like that. And I honestly thought, you know, I mean, maybe it's morbid curiosity, or just thought that it wouldn't affect me very much. I opened X, and the first video I saw was the close-up footage of him being shot in the neck. And I think it really, that footage, first of all, as humans, we were never designed to be able to, first of all, watch somebody die in such a graphic way, but also watching it on your phone is like such an eerie Black Mirror concept in general. But I think that moment definitely traumatized the conservative Christian community, not just in the States, all across the world, because Charlie Kirk really embodied the values that we hold to be true, because his beliefs, even his supporting of Israel, even though it was often argued from a secular perspective as well, his beliefs were all originated from his faith, from scripture. And so I think that moment for so many of us, and watching the way that the world responded and celebrating his murder, told a lot of Christian conservatives, myself especially, that they would happily murder me too. And obviously I get my fair share of death threats and hate comments and all of that stuff. And so to watch him get shot in the neck as somebody that I look up to, as somebody who I consumed his content on a regular basis, as somebody that I considered a friend in a way, you know, it really was traumatizing. And I think now, in the wake of his assassination, there is this identity crisis that we're going through in the West, especially the Christian conservative movement, where we're trying to figure out what a world looks like without having that strong voice. I think there's been so many times now where I've watched people say certain things, like, for example, Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, and thought to myself, I wonder what Charlie would have to say about that. And so it's really upsetting and disappointing that he's not here, because the reality is, like, his voice was really once in a lifetime. And I hope that there are other Christians who can, you know, step forward and really try and assemble and do what he did. But he really was a once in a lifetime kind of person.
And so, you know, you mentioned the characters that I wanted to address as a Christian and as a conservative. I think even before Charlie's assassination, we saw the beginning of what looks like a rift between, you know, the America First isolationists, and then, you know, if we're talking about Nick Fuentes, the flat out conspiracy theorists who are hiding behind Christianity to push the same sort of concepts that we see from white supremacists and Nazis. You know, from that to regular Christians like yourselves. And I'm curious, because to me, it looks like that within the next 10 years, the Christian conservative movement is going to look very different. The Jewish pro-Israel community at large has always thought that, you know, we could always rely on the support of Christians and the Republicans. And it seems that I feel that in 10 years, there's going to be a massive divide. And that divide is going to be surrounded. Israel will be the focal point of that divide. And so I don't want to put words in your mouth. I want to hear what you have to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I think the main danger when people ask me about, the dangers of Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, of which there are many dangers, obviously, one of the first ones that comes to mind is the fact that they are speaking to the evangelical Christian conservatives in the United States, which makes up the majority demographic in the United States. And that demographic historically has been the most supportive of Israel as a country. And so when you look at the statistics, it's very clear that generationally there's been a decline in support for Israel amongst young American Christians, and that obviously is very alarming. And when you look at the contributing factors to that, a lot of it does have to do with Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes, and that kind of rhetoric. I hate to say it, I agree with you. I think that in the next 10 years, things likely will only get worse. Of course, I think there are many people who are doing their best to try and educate young Christians, and there's a lot of pastors too, even. I mean, just this last week, there were 1,000 pastors that came and visited Israel here, and hopefully those pastors will then go back to their congregation and teach their young congregation about Israel and teach them the truth. But I do think that as time goes on, it is likely that there will be a decline in support of Israel amongst the younger generation.
So, with Candace Owens, I think I just saw last week she had become the most watched podcast in the world. Yeah. And so that's deeply concerning because she is pushing a lot of lies and a lot of misinformation, especially around her friend Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
It seems. And so what can we do? What can we do what can the Jewish community do? What can Christians like yourself do who deeply care about these issues so that they push against the lies and misinformation that a lot of these Christian figures, these Christian conservative figures are pushing?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think for young Christians out there, the importance comes down to critical thinking and defining your terms, and really just take a look at what these people are trying to push you and what they're trying to get you to believe, and think critically about it. What kind of evidence are they giving to prove their points? Is it actually a credible and reliable source? When they say that they're just asking questions, the whole point of asking a question is to get an answer, and that's not what these figures are attempting to do. And I think, unfortunately, the reason why young Christians specifically are attracted to figures like Tucker, Candace, and Nick are because they crave something that the church unfortunately has not given them in this generation, which is community. And so I think it's also the church's role to step forward and say, hey, we've failed in this area of giving young people a sense of community and a sense of belonging, and now they're seeking it somewhere else. And so for young Christians out there, I'd say critical thinking and logic. And for pastors, I'd say now's your opportunity to step up and make your congregation one that's more community focused. And also for young Christians to pray as well, to be reading your Bible, to be part of a local body, to not isolate yourself and go down these rabbit holes that are not healthy psychologically to be getting yourself involved in. And then for the Jewish community, honestly, the Jewish community has been incredibly supportive, I think especially after Charlie Kirk's assassination, when I really had a moment where I was like, I need to be speaking about my faith more publicly. It was never something I intentionally didn't do, but after his death, I just realized, wow, like this is something I feel convicted about. This is something I need to be speaking out more about. And the Jewish community responded very kindly to that and very acceptingly of that. And I'd say that for the Jewish community to just remain strong and to know that there's a loud group of people that are trying to tear you down, but there are also people who are not just allies, because allies implies a transactional relationship. There are people out there that are your friends and that will show up when things aren't good and when things are good. And that's the kind of person I want to be, and I know plenty of other people who feel that way as well.
Liv, I'm so grateful for voices like yours, and I want to thank you for coming to speak with us today. And everyone should follow her on Instagram. She is Liv Lane, and all her other platforms. And thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Tonight, a look at an organization that has been caring for Israel's most vulnerable for more than 2 centuries. In Jerusalem, one of the nation's oldest communities of residents relies on a daily lifeline of food, support, and human connection. Our story takes you inside Kolel Chabad, Israel's oldest continuously operating charity.
A soft moment inside a small Jerusalem apartment. A Kolel Chabad staff member singing to a woman who has lived a full century. Here in Jerusalem, some of Israel's oldest residents are living alone, often far from family, and often with no one checking on them, except Kolel Chabad. Founded in 1788, Kolel Chabad is Israel's oldest charity, and today its mission remains the same: help anyone in need with dignity, respect, and a human touch. Each day, hot, freshly cooked meals are prepared and delivered to thousands across the country. But here in Jerusalem, the work is deeply personal. Volunteers don't just drop the food at the door. They step inside, they say hello, they check on how people are doing. For many recipients, this is the only visit they receive all day.
Each of these doors, behind it there's another resident with a fascinating story. Each one has an amazing life story, but the last apartment, all the way on the top floor, the final corner, the last apartment, 479, there's a woman that lives here, 103 years old, one of Israel's oldest residents. Rosa is 103 years old. She lives here in Yerushalayim 23 years. She came from Moscow, from Moskva. And we have the merit every single day to deliver food for her here in her apartment.
Rosa is just one of the thousands who depend on this work. Holocaust survivors, immigrants with no family left, and seniors who simply cannot afford food in a city where prices keep rising. From the hallways of public housing to the small apartments tucked into Old Jerusalem, every delivery is a reminder that no one should grow old and be left alone. And in a time of national crisis, when many families are struggling more than ever, Kolel Chabad's work has only grown. To support this work and to help ensure no senior in Israel goes hungry, you can donate directly to Kolel Chabad. Every meal makes a difference.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Alec Pollard coming to you live from Israel with the biggest stories in the region. Tensions between Jerusalem and Washington continue to grow over the future of Gaza. The White House is said to have delivered a sharp rebuke to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu following Israel's strike that killed senior Hamas commander Raad Saad, with U.S. officials claiming the attack violated the Gaza ceasefire. According to a report by Axios, American officials warned Netanyahu that the strike risked undermining President Donald Trump's role in brokering the deal. One official was quoted as saying Washington would not allow Israel to damage the president's reputation or the agreement. Asked about it in the White House, President Trump said this.
But was that a violation of the ceasefire, the strike in the Hamas general?
We're going to have to see. We're looking into that.
How soon do you expect that international stabilization force to be up and running in Gaza?
I think that it's, in a form, it's already running. In a very strong form, it's already. But it'll get stronger and stronger, and more countries are coming into it. They're already in, but they'll send any number of troops that I ask them to send. They want to see peace. We have more than 59 countries. We have many countries that aren't even in the Middle East, but they're fairly close to the Middle East. They want to be involved. So it's been pretty amazing.
More than a year after it was filed, the International Criminal Court in The Hague rejected Israel's appeal against the arrest warrants issued for Prime Minister Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Gallant, leaving them in effect. The decision, which passed by a narrow 3-2 vote in the ICC appeals chamber, is final. Israel's foreign ministry criticized the ruling, calling it politics disguised as international law, and accusing the ICC of disregarding the sovereign rights of non-party states, including Israel, which maintains it did not commit war crimes and insists the decision ignores its domestic investigations, undermining both Israel's sovereignty and the ICC's obligations under the Rome Statute. A day after the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in Australian history, mourners returned to Bondi Beach, not in fear but in defiance, to light Hanukkah candles and pray for peace. More than 1,000 people gathered at the Bondi Pavilion, the same location where two terrorists opened fire on a Jewish community celebration just 24 hours earlier, killing at least 15 people and wounding dozens more. Under heavy police scrutiny, the crowd lit the Hanukkah candles and recited prayers for the dead, the wounded, and the traumatized Jewish community. Dramatic new footage has emerged from the Bondi attack, showing an elderly couple trying to disarm one of the terrorists. Camera footage from a passerby car shows 69-year-old Boris Gorman struggling with one of the gunmen. Him and his wife Sophia were later shot dead. Indian police claim the father-son duo of Sajid and Akram Naveed came originally from the South Indian city of Hyderabad that has a significant Muslim population. An investigation reveals the two went through some type of military training for the attack in the Philippines in November. Police confirmed the father was shot dead at the scene while the son is hospitalized in critical but stable condition and is expected to survive and face charges for the shooting spree that claimed 15 victims. Naveed Akram was known to the Domestic Intelligence Agency since 2019 over concerns he was accessing extremist material and communicating with radicalized individuals, including the jailed Islamic State terrorists. A 6-month investigation ended with no finding of an immediate threat, and he was removed from watch lists. Police say the father legally owned 6 firearms, obtaining his license in 2015. Authorities found 4 weapons at the scene, additional guns at the rental property, improvised explosive devices in the vehicle, and an Islamic State flag, although conclusions on affiliations remain under investigation. The FBI has announced that it foiled a New Year's bombing plot targeting Los Angeles. 4 people are facing criminal charges of conspiracy and possession of an unregistered destructive device for the planned attack against multiple targets, including U.S. immigration agents and their vehicles. The 4 defendants named in the complaint are Audrey Eileen Carroll, 30 years old, Zachary Aaron Page, 32, Dante Guffield, 24, and 41-year-old Tina Lai, and they are accused of being part of the Turtle Island Liberation Front, an anti-government group. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. You can scan the QR code on your screen for all the latest updates coming out of Israel. I'm Alec Pollard, and thanks for watching.
Why is Israel losing the PR battle, and what would it take for us to actually win it? I want to take you inside a very special event that happened just a couple nights ago, the launch of my book, When the Stones Speak, at the National Library, which I did together with Ambassador Mike Huckabee, the United States Ambassador to Israel, and Eylon Levy, one of Israel's top media personalities. We didn't talk about press releases. We did not go into talking points. Rather, we talked about what Israel is missing internally before we even open our mouths to the world. Here's the actual truth. For decades, we've been playing the wrong game. It's like showing up to a baseball field holding a football, and we wonder why we can't score. This is not about explaining ourselves better, contrary to what many people think. It's about standing up for who we are, about speaking openly about our roots, about God without embarrassment, about covenant without hesitation, and about our indigenous bond to this land without flinching. Until we make that internal shift, nothing we say externally is going to land on the ears and hearts of the people in the world. What does it look like when Israel stops apologizing? When we speak from identity instead of defending ourselves? When we stop asking the world for permission to exist? That's what you're about to hear. Let's begin. I want to begin by sharing with you a quick clip by Ambassador Huckabee, where he explains how we've been missing the communications game altogether. Let's hear what he has to say.
People don't remember facts and figures and graphs and charts. I'll tell you what they remember. They remember stories. The Jewish people have the greatest story in the world, so tell it. It's a wonderful story to be told, and you have the receipts. You have the Bible. And for heaven's sakes, I would say use it and tell it with courage and boldness. Never speak it with apology.
That's exactly the point. We show up with data. We have spokespeople, myself included, that stand in front of the camera and explain how the bullet fired in Gaza was aimed for a terrorist exactly behind a wall away from civilians. And these messages are true. Or how we move the Gazan civilians out of the way so we can kill Hamas. Or how we use as much intelligence as possible to try or kill our enemies. These are all great messages. However, they fall flat on their face when the other side, Israel's enemies, make a false claim. And what is that claim? You stole our land. If we cannot go to the heart of that claim, of going back to our deepest roots in terms of communicating, we are going to miss the communications war. Yes, this war is being fed on TikTok. Yes, this war is being led by algorithms and by bots and everything else in social media. But what's in our control is how we speak. And that's what I'm going to talk about in the next point that I'm bringing to you now.
We have to talk about defending our ancestral land. We have to call it our ancestral land. Wouldn't anyone defend their ancestral land? Again and again and again, because our enemies, those who face us, who've tried to destroy our narrative, it didn't begin yesterday. We fell asleep at the wheel. They've been doing this for 80 years. They've been telling the story. Much of it is not based on fact. There's a grain of fact. Most of it's not based on fact. And it has become, in the world, accepted fact. We have got to begin the fight to talk about our truth and not be afraid.
Israel, we often like to declare happily, because it's true, that we are the startup nation, that we have more startup companies on the NASDAQ and on the NYSE than any other country per capita in the world, and in fact, almost compared to many other countries, period, even though Israel has a population of 10 million people. These are all true. We've developed the cherry tomato. You couldn't turn on your cell phone without Israel. We have an excellent defense system and military that carries out goals that protect the entire Western world. However, we've been asleep at the wheel. While we have been speaking about technology, about our comparative advantages in the world, our enemies have been creating a narrative. It didn't begin yesterday on TikTok. This goes back to the very founding of the quote-unquote Palestinian identity, which began in the early 1920s by Haj Amin al-Husseini, who was the original leader of this movement to try to create a national history around the people who were in this land during and before the Independence War and also following the First World War. Haj Amin al-Husseini began to construct a Palestinian identity. Up until that time, this land was called Palestine. It had been called Palestine for 2,000 years because Hadrian, the Roman emperor, around the year 134, that goes back 2,000 years, had just defeated the last Jews in what was called the Bar Kokhba revolt. However, Hadrian knew you can defeat the Jews, but they'll keep coming back again and again and again to their land to fight. What's the name of the land at that time before Hadrian? It was called Judea. So Hadrian did something by changing the land of Judea and calling it by a new word, a word, in fact, of a nation that had been extinct for more than 7 centuries, who are called the Philistines. And he erased the name Judea and put in the name Palestine. First of all, so Jews would not have a land that bears their own name. And secondly, to resurrect the ancient biblical enemy of the Jewish people that we had already fought. From that point in time, 134 CE, until the present day, there has never, ever been an independent government of Palestine. However, in the 1920s, Haj Amin decided to construct a Palestinian identity. Palestinian Arabs, or the Arabs that are living in biblical Israel, have spent 80 years constructing an entire myth, an identity that goes back, according to them, hundreds of years or thousands of years. Now, there is no doubt that there were Arabs in this land. There were plenty of Arabs. They were mostly migrating from Saudi Arabia. Why is it called Saudi Arabia? Because that is where the cornerstone of the Arabic peoples began. They were migrating people, and there were no question there were people migrating here. However, they didn't call themselves Palestinians. You'll find no record whatsoever of a Palestinian people, of a Palestinian parliament, of any decisions being made for Palestine, because there was no government. The people living here called themselves Southern Syrians. They felt that they were part of the larger Syrian empire that extended down into what is today modern-day Israel. At times, they considered themselves Turks, Ottomans, when the time was that Turkey took over this area. However, when the Zionists and Israelis joined Israelis and Jews who were always here, there was an unbroken tradition of Jews who were always in the land of Israel, and came with this incredible national identity, the Palestinians began working on constructing a very, very careful narrative that says that religiously, Muhammad was the very first person ever here, that they are the original indigenous people to the land, and that the Jews of today have no connection to the land. Again, they've said, and I've spoken about this many times, you have Ikrim Masabri from the Temple Mount who said time and time again, he's the chief mufti of Jerusalem, and his message goes out to all the Palestinian Arabs and Arabs around the world. Not a single stone bears a Jewish marking in all of Jerusalem. It is the art of the Jews to deceive the world. Entire generation has grown up believing that these Jewish people, that we are not indigenous. And we have been speaking about cherry tomatoes and cell phones. That is what it means to show up to the game with a football when it's a baseball game. What I want us now is to hear an incredible insight by Ambassador Huckabee about how you take the truth of a story and you begin to tell it. Let's go underground to the Pilgrimage Road.
If we're talking about the Pilgrim Pathway, we're talking about a place that people walked 3,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, up to the Temple Mount, and it's now been uncovered, but it uncovered something that has always been there. So it's not like they built an amusement park so everybody could come and see, oh, this is what it would have been like. No, this isn't what it would have been like. This is what it is then, now, and forever. And that is the irrefutable, indisputable validation of this being the Jewish homeland.
This is why the city of David shakes our enemies. You can argue about politics, but you cannot argue about the actual factual proof beneath the ground. That is why there was such an incredible attempt to destroy the excavations in the city of David, both to light fires, physically destroy them and vandalize them, to stop the excavations at the site, and even to try to force the Arab workers at the site to quit. There were even hits on the head of the city of David, David al-Be'eri. Terrorists had tried to take his life. Why? Because he had the vision to grow the city of David. Sites like the Pilgrimage Road, when you walk on those stones, you have never been to Israel before, you come for the first time, and you begin at a pool at the bottom and you walk on the original stones. And along the way off to the side, and this is what's there, and it's going to be open to the public in a couple weeks. I also speak about it in When the Stones Speak, my book. When you stop on the side and you see the small coins with Jewish writing that were minted on that road, that say for the freedom of Zion, marked and minted during our fight with the Romans. And this was minted before Christianity. This was minted 600 years before Islam. Then we're not speaking politics anymore. We're speaking fact. And what is the message that comes out? The Jewish people are indigenous to this land. We didn't steal this land. This has always been our land. We were exiled by the Romans and a remnant remained here. For 2,000 years, we tried coming back. Until in the 19th century, Jews began coming back in large numbers into the land. They bought the land, they came with permission, and they came legally back to a land that has been our ancient and historic land. These are the points that we need to be making, our ancestral history, every single time that a Jew stands up. And I want us to, when we listen to Ambassador Huckabee, what we hear is somebody that with unadulterated, pure belief and understanding tells us we have a story. Tell our story. We can spend millions of dollars, and they are being spent, trying to do studies and trying to understand how to reach the young generation of Americans, young generations of people throughout the world, to teach them that Israel's a democracy, and it is. How we have an incredibly moral army, and we do. How we are a light into the world with regards to technology, and it's true. But unless we go down into the indigenous roots, unless we explain that we have a true ancestral inheritance to this land, we will always be defeated by the lies of our enemies that we stole this land. That is what I'm going to be addressing in the next point. Please listen in.
So Leslie Stahl came, and she said before the interview, she said, you know, would you give a tour to my husband and I? We only have about 45 minutes, but I've never brought my husband on a film shoot. He asked to come to this one. So I take her and her husband through the city of David, we do the overlook, and then we go into King David's palace, and I had the seals brought to show her. Her husband was crying. Leslie was beside herself. And then the cameras began rolling for the interview. And it was like wind came and dried the tears off her face, sand like pulled any emotion away. And in that entire interview, there was nothing about the Jewish people being indigenous, about the seals, about anything. You know why she can't acknowledge what she sees? Because she is absolutely committed to the division of Jerusalem. What's she going to say to her viewers? That the city of David is in East Jerusalem that's going to be given away?
So this is it. This is the battle. We speak the truth. I spoke to Leslie Stahl about those seals that were found in the city of David. But politics gets involved, and you, the viewer, or you, the listener, never saw it and never heard it because they control the editing rooms. Now, this is before the dawn, really, the major dawn of social media. Today, Israel has the ability to begin getting out these messages without going via big media. And big media is even making major changes. As we know, Barry Weiss, who has now become a network head, which is an incredible thing, I think, to bring truth to the American people and people throughout the world. The media can try to stop us, but our goal is to find every opening where we are and begin pushing out that ancestral message. Now, what does it mean to be ancestral to the land of Israel? Would any of us doubt that the people in Saudi Arabia, the descendants of Muhammad, have an ancestral indigenous connection to Mecca and Medina? Everyone's talking about Saudi Arabia, the Abraham Accords. And even in the Abraham Accords, there's a clause that connects us to the Abrahamic nations based on a shared line of ancestry. The simple question is, and this is what was posed to Ambassador Huckabee, should the Arab nations that are part of the Abraham Accords understand that we are also the indigenous people to the land of Israel? And what will happen if they don't?
And I wonder whether you think that it's time now for the Abraham Accords countries to explicitly recognize and acknowledge that the Jewish people are native to the land of Israel.
It would be a big improvement in bringing a better understanding of reality and peace to the world. I think it's important that we understand that the Bible itself is the most important book to give validity to the idea that the Jewish people are indigenous to the land. It really started with the title deed. You might say the Bible is a great legal document. It is a contract. It is really a title deed. If you go to Genesis 12, where God explicitly says to Abraham, this is the land that I'm giving you. I'm making with you a covenant. And that covenant is unbreakable. God will never break that covenant. And that's why people ask me sometimes, look, you're not even Jewish, you're Christian. Why is it you believe in the land of Israel and the Jewish people? I said, because I believe the Bible. And if the Bible says God made a covenant with the Jewish people, that is an unbreakable covenant.
I think that this is going to be the real test of the Abraham Accord era. Today, there's an opportunity. There's a defense opportunity. We see nations such as Iran closing in on the Middle East, threatening not only Israel, but also our fellow countries around us, like the Emirates, like Saudi Arabia, like Bahrain and Morocco, possibly in the future, Qatar, although we're far from that for now, threatening major nations around the world. You've got Turkey to the north, which is another arm of Iran. And you've got China in the Far East, which buys their oil from Iran and shares weaponry, along with North Korea. These pressures are bringing together countries under the umbrella of the United States to form an alliance. And that's a very, very important thing. But what's going to happen when those cards shift? When the chips fall a little bit differently? We don't know how the world's going to change. But when that opportunity changes, when the insistence that we bond together because of defense changes, what's going to be the test if the Abraham Accords really last? It's not going to be based on convenience. It's going to be based on a shared history. And in fact, if we are able to stand up and go to Abraham Accord meetings and say, we are the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob gave us this land. And here is the book, the Bible, that shows it, which the Christian Bible is based on and which the Quran draws from. Can you imagine the people around the table who hold their own religion sacred? What are they going to say? But when Israelis travel and go to the Abraham Accords country, don't eat kosher food, don't pray, don't respect their beliefs, what do our fellow Abraham Accord countries think of us? Are we just the white arm of colonialism that have thrown our roots off to the side? Do we ignore our spiritual connection to the land? At the end of the day, the Jewish people are in Israel because of our spiritual, ancestral connection to the land. That is what we need to say. And then a message came from the crowd about what is American Jewry facing and how can they play a role in what's happening. Let's hear my answer and then let's have a talk about it.
But I think there's a crossroads for American Jewry. You know, there's real fear. This is a transformational moment for them. You can either stick your head deeper and deeper in the earth, try to hide, try to blend in, try to tuck that Jewish star. I'll never forget, there was a Jewish family that came here after October 7th, and they said to me, we're still wearing our Jewish stars, but tucked inside. And I felt for them, because they feel like they're battling because they've got a Jewish star on it all. But this is the time, take out that Jewish star, take out your Bible, go to every protest and stand strong. Standing strong for Israel, standing strong for Judaism, holding your head up high is what's going to preserve that community for the future.
History is watching. It's not the time to shrink, it's a time to stand tall. It's a time to stand with Israel and our story. It's time to make a major shift. The evening with Ambassador Huckabee and Eylon Levy at the National Library was truly incredible, because what you felt in the air and what the audience felt in the air was a higher level truth than what we're speaking. It's a truth that speaks on the level of covenant, of ancient covenant, and people are searching for meaning. At the end of the event, a woman came up to me and asked me a great question personally. She said, what about people that don't believe? Well, I said, first of all, let's separate this message into two items. There's a message of God and the covenant, and then there's the message of our ancestral indigenous history in the land of Israel. Both of those are critical, and both of those may need to stretch the audience. But if we keep aiming low, aiming for the audience is right now and trying to feed them the same jargon that they're being fed by us, a people of 10 million, surrounded by an entire world Jewry of 14 million, supporters, Christian supporters, the average supporters around the world, we are facing a media onslaught of billions of people. We're not going to win in terms of numbers. We're not going to win because we're feeding young TikTokers, Instagrammers, Facebookers the exact same message again and again and again. Yes, we created the cell phone, but we are going to answer that message by elevating our message and turning into something that is, in fact, a feeling, a dream inside these people. Stretch a little bit, reach back into your history, reach back into the concept of, do you believe that there's a covenant and a faith? Because for every one of you, there's one place that you can go freely in the world. Jews, Christians, and Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, everyone's invited. There's no demagoguery, there's no exclusion. There's one place that you're invited to visit. In the same way that Israel 3,000 years ago and 2,000 years ago had visitors of different religions from around the world, Israel today is protecting the holy sites in order to create a vessel that anyone around the world that's exploring their roots, exploring their indigenous roots or their spiritual roots, can come and find a home. Ultimately speaking, that is what cuts through the politics. That's what cuts through the jargon. We hear Ambassador Huckabee and my dear friend, Zev Ornstein, who has a fantastic connection with Ambassador Huckabee, said something so brilliant to me after we both heard him speak at the City of David. Zev said to me, you know, one day we're going to learn to speak like him. At the end of this event, as he walked up the stage, I thought to myself, you know, it's fascinating. The Jewish people have had incredible advisors throughout history. We had Melchizedek, the non-Jewish king that Abraham meets in the book of Genesis. And what does Melchizedek said? He was the first person to use the words Baruch Hashem, blessed is God. It wasn't a Jew who said those first words. It was a non-Jewish king who had the open faith to say those words. And who was the next non-Jew? Jethro, Yitro, who came and saw the Jewish people where we were, saw people waiting in line to ask Moses, our teacher, questions, and people almost fainting from thirst because there were so many people going just to Moses. And it took someone from the outside the Jewish people to say, Moses, you have to create a fleet of teachers and judges so that these people don't have to wait in line for you. And that began the process of Moses being our great teacher who taught the teachers we have today. In the same way I look at Ambassador Huckabee, the United States ambassador to the state of Israel, truly is someone we can look up to, who knows the simple truth that the covenant says that the Jewish people are here because we were promised by God. And we have the history buried inside the ground where we let the stones speak and tell us that story. And all we have to do is listen to that story and have the courage to stand up to the world and say it. And that's how possibly, if there's enough people out there listening, we'll win. And in either case, we've won because we know that we are speaking the truth.
And in other news, ILTV is partnering with Regavim to help protect Israel's heartland. Over the next several weeks, you'll meet the field coordinators guarding Judea and Samaria, uncover the silent takeover of illegal construction and land grabs, and see what life is really like in the biblical heartland. To get informed and get empowered, scan the QR code on your screen or visit regavim.org and sign up for their newsletter. Learn how you can take part in safeguarding the land of Israel.
3 million Israelis are dealing with trauma since October 7th. To help Israelis heal, Hadassah is there, with the largest rehabilitation center in Jerusalem, world-renowned medical centers, and youth villages. It's said, saving a life saves the world. Imagine helping millions. This is Hadassah, a life-changing force in Israel and the world.
Some of us, they don't like us. And they are paid to lie also about us, about Israel, about Jews. And for this reason, because we show them something and, then they take that. What I'm saying is, in that meeting, you don't see a lot of Ethiopian as a leader, a speaker. A lot of journalists, a lot of TV, a lot of commentators. You don't see Ethiopian Jews coming out and sitting with other generals or political, just arguing ideas, morals, or other political ideas. No. What I'm saying is there is a lot to be done on inclusive and international diplomacy.
Hello and welcome to the ILTV podcast. I'm Ayan Hoffman, executive editor of ILTV News, and I am so happy to have back our viewers and our listeners. Well, today we have a very special guest, Shmuel Lagasa. He is an international community educator, an expert in diplomacy, and a strong Israel advocate as a member of the Ethiopian community. Welcome.
Thank you for having me, Mayan. You are we spoke a lot of time about so many things. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. I'm so happy to have you here. Now, I know that, you were born in Ethiopia. You were raised actually in the United States, and now you live near me in Jerusalem. So tell me a little bit about how that journey has shaped your understanding of what it is both to be a Jew in general and an Israeli specifically today.
Thank you for asking that. But I want that a little to be correct on that question, which is I was born and raised up to even college level in Ethiopia.
Okay.
Right when I finished college, I went to America.
Okay.
And from then, almost 20-something years, 23 years, 26 years, I was professionally working and educating myself and building family in America.
Okay.
And now, yes, what makes me is, in Ethiopia, it was a pure faith, pure life, pure, our forefathers and our grandfathers, they daven and pray to Jerusalem with a pure faith. In America, I see diversity, democracy, and the big inclusive society. Mm-hmm. And it's different for me. And then in Jerusalem, I see a covenant. People comes with a call and with a covenant to build and to coexist, to build and to start into life and city and country. And it's a phase come to completion. You know, that davening has a fulfillment. And my grandfathers pray them to return to it, the Holy Land. But I come in a long route, the fulfillment, the answer of that prayer, my father's prayer to that. I see it. It just makes me to see life a different way. Which means your identity is not where you are from. It's what the covenant and what your value and what is your call is that identify who you are.
Here in this country. Now, of course, you came in 2023, which was obviously a very difficult and painful period, certainly after the October 7th massacre for the State of Israel. How has that been like for you and your family to come around the time of a war starting as opposed to a time of peace?
Wow, that was a big, big question. Yes, it was a test for us. It's not only for me, for my kids, my wife, all my family. And it was a temptation to us because we got a lot of phone calls from all parts of the world. What do you do there? Come. My boss from my former job called me out of curiosity. Are you crazy? What are you doing there? What happened to you? She thinks I'm mentally ill just being there in the war zone when I have close to, Freedom Tower. That was my job where my office is in the 12th floor. And just very my big office, all that. And just me choosing going to Israel, as, department head in the government of New York and just leaving that job. And my boss think me, what's wrong with you? And she called me, personally, and just come back. Your job is waiting you.
So what did you tell her?
I told her what I told her, but she couldn't still believe me. And she thinks that was not the right choice. And I told her, look, this is my faith. This is my belief. This is my call. Wow. Here I am. I'm happy where I'm at. And I felt like to leave at that time, I could in a different way. There was a little flight, even U.S. Embassy facilitated, escape out flight for us and everything. And, still we chose to still be here.
And really, you've become a very big advocate for the Ethiopian community since you've been here in the last couple of years, and certainly during the war. You and I have spoke previously about the impact of the war on the Ethiopian community, emotionally, economically, and socially as well. Can you talk a little bit about the Ethiopians community since October 7th? How many Ethiopians were fighting? How many Ethiopians died for their country? And do you feel that they get a fair recognition or fair shake when it comes to how this war is being handled?
Yeah, that's a very sensitive question, yes. As you and me, we did both evaluation, how much and how many, fallen soldier of this community, out of this community. And I did, and previously, after that you did, and we still, both of us found the general outcome from that community was higher number of fallen soldier out of that community. As you as a journalist, me as an advocate and a community leader and out of the community, we did. And that's the sign how much, first of all, this community is committed to stand to their nation, to their people, to the Jewish land, to Israel, and to the Jewish people. And that shows the commitment to the submission without any doubt, without any question, without any limitation, which means it just paid higher level, with generosity, with our own life, our children's life. And we're still willing and offering that at the same time. Now, out of that, yes, sometimes I see the davening on a Shabbat candle, these mothers, about their children. And sometimes I visit and talk those, lost on the war. And it just hurts me And yes, there is some kind of limited recognition or some kind of, yes, but it need to be more recognized and appreciated. And I mean, all Israel paid the price. It's not only our community. All Israel paid the price.
More than 900 soldiers killed so far in this
body
war.
soldier, single soldier, from all over the world, all Jewish, we paid. Even those who are not participating in the war, they paid a price for this war. This war was different than ever. And emotionally, psychologically, affect all of us, even all children, my children, all children in their friends in the school. It was different.
So talk to me, though, about the Ethiopian community specifically and the way that the families, what are you hearing from them, are relating to this? I mean, I'm an American Ole, right? So I came from the United States, and people also said to me, this is crazy. Why would you be in a country of war? And in the end, our sons and daughters all go out and they fight. The Ethiopian community, as you mentioned, had a higher number of people, individuals killed in the war because they served in strong units and in high-level positions, likely because they really believed in fighting for their country. Mm-hmm. So talk to me about the family members, and when they see this dedication and now this war, do you think anybody regrets it, or are they proud?
Wow, that's a very good question. And I mentioned in one of the interview in another place, and also on some of my few articles. You see, if you read the Torah and from Brishit, Genesis chapter 34, you see that Reuben, take risk and revenge to those who assault his sister. In our culture, we take this education and understanding in a person, our forefather applied practically. What happens is if someone comes to attack your mother, your sister, or your land, you sacrifice yourself to get a freedom. And you revolt, take your whatever you have, rifle or whatever you have, just set apart and fight and get a freedom. That is what our generation, it's called in an Amharic special word, it's called fano. Fano means that when you revolt, you see injustice on your people, and you say, you come out. And the same thing in that spirit is all Ethiopians, Ethiopian Jewish, and any other Ethiopians. We have that in. And then we apply it. And for this reason, most Ethiopian family, they don't really regret. They don't. They said, my son died proudly to his nation. Yes. And they don't even expect anything special from the government. And also we have our own community, really special kind of, it's called Erder, and just comfort to one another. And this community clique that when somebody suffer in that kind of situation, you go visit them. It doesn't matter, you know him or no, it doesn't know him. That's just this is the tradition. Comes from our forefather, requires you to do that. And for this reason, I think the Ethiopian community taking it, good. They're getting healed, but not forgotten. They didn't forget, but they're getting healed. And they didn't forget, because we don't forget. We get healed, and yeah.
So, you've written a lot about the moral responsibility, though, of the Jewish community to take care of minorities living in Israel. It's not just the Ethiopian community. Of course, there are many minorities. Do you feel that the Ethiopian community, though, has been fully embraced and has become after this, more than 30 years of making Aliyah in different waves to the country, has been fully embraced by the people? Or do you think there are still some barriers to inclusion that need to be broken down?
That's a good question. And I don't want to exaggerate. And I don't want to also judge, because judgment in fighting, it doesn't bring us anywhere. Yeah. It's just loving and telling the truth with love and making productive, educational, kind dialogue bring us to conclusion and to true peace and understanding. Without judging our holy, special democracy, our Jewish state, yes, there is a lot to be done. And also there is a lot has been done.
What are the things that need to be done?
Let me ask you a question. You see so many international gathering in different places and different occasions. Abraham Accord meetings or some kind of international Christian whatever meetings in Misrat House or Minister of Foreign Affairs and any kind of special gathering or whatever. Who you see? Who is in a leading activation? What we are portraying or giving a picture to the world.
You see generally the same kind of person.
Yeah, the same kind of people, the same kind of person we portray to CNN, to Fox. Right. You know what? That's what they take. They take that and they exaggerate, paint it. And then because some of us, they don't like us. Right. And they are paid to lie also about us, about Israel, about Jews. And for this reason, because we show them something and, then they take that. What I'm saying is, in that meeting, you don't see a lot of Ethiopian as a leader, a speaker, a lot of journalists, a lot of TV, a lot of commentators. You don't see Ethiopian Jewish coming out and sitting with other generals or political, just arguing ideas, morals, or other political ideas. No. What I'm saying is, there is a lot to be done on inclusive and international diplomacy, bringing Ethiopians. I'll give you a simple example. I see different meetings. Abraham Accord in the U.S. Democratic Congress, in Las Vegas, Strategy Minister Ron Drummer and other people participate, all other. But still we're showing to the world, to Americans, the same face, the same. That's not Israel. We are giving them a picture. That's not us.
Right, we're much more diverse than it appears in the pictures.
Yeah, it need to be diverse pictures. And we have to include, maybe my Ethiopian brothers, maybe they clean and prepare the tables, but nobody sees them. You understand?
And maybe they should be in leadership roles,
yes,
where they should be not clearing the tables.
But there are. But we have to give them open door. That's what this affirmative active comes through. Just not to make a special privilege, but to be integrate, gives open opportunity. That's why America, there is a problem still, but still, when it's a practical practice, but they have 100-something years. And our history also, it's not the same. Right. It's different. And but still we have to apply and include the society a lot.
Have all the Ethiopian Jews that want to and could make Aliyah come to Israel yet, or are there still more to come?
No, there is still more to come.
How many more?
It's very hard for me to give you a number.
Around.
Right now, over maybe at least 10,000 to 15,000 ready to fly, that the counted, known, they have close family relative here in Israel.
Why have they not been brought over yet?
I don't want to say anything negative, but what I'm
saying...
Say
the truth.
Good, But the thing is, you see, I think it's not only the Israeli government, it's also our problem. What our leaders, when they come to Israel, you see, that, for example, in Israel, in Israeli Knesset, the Haredim party, they call them, they are not Jewish, they should not come, right? But if they see you, or if they see any other person on the street, they still call you, you're not Jewish.
Really?
The Haredim one, yes, the one in the Knesset and the one who were trying to vote on this party. And not only them, at the same time, if you go, even in the Knesset, they told other member of the party or even member of Knesset, they told them, you're not Jewish. Even those special community leaders in that, they say everyone not Jewish. Even Sephardim, they call them, they're not Jewish. That's what they call them. They don't even include them in their school. And now, our Ethiopian Jewish leaders, they hear that, these Tzaddikim, they said they are not Jewish. And they vocal that they didn't know. They are not educated at that time. And then they gave a wrong picture about what Jewish is.
And especially
for this reason, we confuse the Israeli society.
Well, and especially because I think that the Ethiopians, right, they have a very authentic Judaism that, over the years there were first conversions for sure, like we saw with the Jews in other countries, but even more so they were keeping Judaism that they knew over the years. There's probably much that the Israeli society, especially the society that is disconnecting from their faith, could learn from the Ethiopian community.
That's right. Honestly, Israel bringing a lot of Ethiopians who claim to be a Jew will not harm Israel as a state, as a Jewish nation, as a religion, or as a society, because we see it, the fruit of that society. How much this society is humble, committed, Jewish, strong, Zionist society. For this reason, Bibi Netanyahu or the government or the people of Israel will not lose anything by bringing this society and by even it's empower the whole international Jewish society as well as the Jewish state of Israel. And for this reason, I recommend and request humbly that immediately these people to be airlifted and a mass airlifted without any extra just problem. Whoever have a family and a relative, connected relative, some of them, they are their family, their children are in the army, serving as a soldier. They're dying for their nation. But their brother and sister, why? Why do you do that?
And let me ask you this. There's obviously, you are very connected to your faith, and you yourself have a mentor, Rabbi Jonathan Sacks, the late Rabbi Jonathan Sacks. You quote him a lot. His teachings. I was looking through some of your writing and things, and you reference him many times. So, what has it been like for you as an Ethiopian Jew, hearing the kind of things you just described, the Haredi communities going against and saying these people aren't Jewish, and you being so connected to your faith and understanding that your brothers and sisters are?
I feel comfort on his teaching. I feel like a Jewish wisdom in his teaching. I see the Jewish philosophy in his wisdom. And I am really committed to his ideology. When he was alive, I can't stop listening to him, because he brings Judaism in a unity. He brings the Talmud. He brings the Torah to heal you, not to break you. That's the leaders what we want. What I learned from him is leadership is taking responsibility, accountability as a Jew, just to lead, to be a light to your family, to your community, and to your nation, to the UN, to the whole world. That's what I learned from, the Challa Baracha, from Rabbi Jonathan Sacks.
And how have his teachings influenced the raising then of your children here in Jerusalem?
They see it from me and from my wife too. My wife is Ashkenazi, and we have differences. That's a Jewish difference.
Yeah.
But we learn from one another, and we make Jewish unity in diversity. And that's what the state of Israel should do also. In a Jewish unity, in a diversity. Like, for example, I myself try to represent the state of Israel in international and UN or other level to advocate. But in so many ways, I got obstacles. And you know what? I take humble job in foreign minister. A lot of foreign minister employees, they know me. And just because I want to learn. I want to serve my people. And my thing is, what I learned from Jonathan Sacks is, and it's unity and accountability and moral value as a Jew, to be a light to a nation. And my children learns that to love Israel, to love Jewish, to love their identity, to love inclusive. They are proud of who they are as a black, as Ethiopian, as Ashkenaz, and as Israeli, as American. They are proud who they are. All my kids, except one, they were born in a New York City, and they are a New Yorker, but they love Israel just because they learn from their parents. They learn from us. And, one of my son was born right after October 7. We called them Eliyahu because that time the whole nation of Israel, we were in stress. Yeah. And we were running up and down to the Miklat. And to, other people, they don't know what Miklat is, just bomb shelter house. And we call him Eliyahu. What Eliyahu means? Eliyahu means just before our Mashiach, our Messiah.
Redemption, yeah.
Redemption comes. He present the call. He just make us to be ready. And we see that war was like a sign before the Mashiach comes. And because it's a miracle, and we call him Eliyahu, because we want that redemption to come fast.
And tell me, the war, during the beginning of the war, we certainly thought that Israel was becoming much more unified, a unity like you just described. But certainly as the last couple of years have gone on, it started to look yet again divided. Yeah. From your perspective, where do you see Israel holding today in terms of its unity versus disunity? And is there any of the advice that you were just sharing that you think could seep into Israeli society to make it more cohesive?
Good question. Because the war was necessary, but it's prolonged. Yeah. It's whatever unknown reason. I'm not a politician. I am, diplomatic activist and social community educator, and I don't want to go on the political part of the thing, and which I hate. Sometimes when I know more, I hate it, and I get angry about it. And the war prolonged a lot, and that brings a division among Jewish inside and outside. And finally, though, Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu or his strategic planner, Mr. Ron Rumer, especially our Donald Trump, they come up with a good solution at the end. And that was great. And yes, the war bring us, again, at the end, first bring us really united, all, whatever level of Judaism, from inside out, we all were one, everybody. And now what I learned from here is still Jonathan Sachs' education and teaching and ideology still would be like a light or a unity for us, and which is called moral diplomacy. Because he was teaching that long time ago, 10 years ago.
Way before this war.
Way before these things happens, Israel should, or we are, like he call it, the mosaic education, or we have to be a light to the nation. And what that is, not defend, but define, educate, teach who we are as a Jew, our democracy, our belief, our society, our diversity, because we have a lot to offer to this generation, to the whole United Nations.
But the world looks at Israel and says Israel doesn't have that diversity or doesn't treat its minorities well. Usually they're referring to the Arab population. So what would you, Shmuel, tell the world that is constantly coming down on Israel for its lack of good treatment of minorities? What do you wish that the world better understood about what's really going on here?
First of all, comparing any other world, still Israel is the best treatment of all people. There is no apartheid in Israel. I can fully say to the United Nations or to the South African brothers, if they want educational debate, I still invite through your comment leading. I welcome them to reach out to you or to anyone who want educational debate on this kind of topic. From Africa or Black Lives Matter or any kind of. They can come and we can argue with each other and learn one another, and maybe I don't know about them. There's no apartheid. And what we learn out of this is we have to do more education, more moral diplomacy, more inclusive, because as I said first, the world see what we showed them. But we have to show them more better picture that they will not lie about us. And whatever was said, though, it's like fiction, because our enemy always lie. We don't call them enemy, like our neighbors, let us say. And for this, we have a lot to offer. And that's why we need here the philosophy and our this generation philosophy, Rabbi Jonathan Sachs' ideology to be a light to the nation.
So, Shmuel, last question, because we're going to run out of time. There's a whole lot of young Ethiopians living in this country, and they might be a little bit disillusioned by some of the things we spoke about today. In 1 minute, if you could give them a strong message, what was it you would tell them to make them feel empowered to take on eventually those leadership roles that you described that they need to fill?
Yeah. What I share to my young member of the community is that, look, whoever called you what, said what, not define you. Whoever treats you will not define you. What you do will define who you are. For this reason, you are Jewish, you are Israeli, you are Ethiopian. Live it. Go out, do the right thing. Do hesed, do good things, good deeds. Go to places, volunteer. You go your army service. Do it diligently. Do your best. No, whoever say negative whatever about you, or you heard it from inside or outside media, whatever, will not define who you are. What defines who you are is what you do.
Amazing.
And do your best and do what you can.
Dr. Shmuel Agasa, thank you so much for sharing all of these insights today.
Thank you so much, Diane Hoffman, for having me for this interview. I appreciate it. Thank you.
When you buy from Blessed by Israel, you're not just shopping, you're standing with the families of Israel's heartland. Every bottle of delicious olive oil, handcrafted necklace, or jar of honey carries the spirit of Judea and Samaria. These, along with many more products, are the tastes, scents, and stories of the Promised Land, made by people rebuilding our biblical homeland every day. Shop now at blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL for 10% off on your first order.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Alec Pollard, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest stories in the region. Tensions between Jerusalem and Washington continue to grow over the future of Gaza. The White House is said to have delivered a sharp rebuke to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu following Israel's strike that killed senior Hamas commander Raad Saad, with U.S. officials claiming the attack violated the Gaza ceasefire. According to a report by Axios, American officials warned Netanyahu that the strike risked undermining President Donald Trump's role in brokering the deal. One official was quoted as saying Washington would not allow Israel to damage the president's reputation or the agreement. Asked about it in the White House, President Trump said this.
But was that a violation of the ceasefire, the strike on the Hamas general?
We're going to have to see. We're looking into that.
How soon do you expect that international stabilization force to be up and running in Gaza?
I think that it's, in a form, it's already running. In a very strong form, it's already. But it'll get stronger and stronger, and more countries are coming into it. They're already in, but they'll send any number of troops that I ask them to send. They want to see peace. We have more than 59 countries. We have many countries that aren't even in the Middle East, but they're fairly close to the Middle East. They want to be involved. So it's been pretty amazing.
More than a year after it was filed, the International Criminal Court in The Hague rejected Israel's appeal against the arrest warrants issued for Prime Minister Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Gallant, leaving them in effect. The decision, which passed by a narrow 3-2 vote in the ICC appeals chamber, is final. Israel's foreign ministry criticized the ruling, calling it politics disguised as international law, and accusing the ICC of disregarding the sovereign rights of non-party states, including Israel, which maintains it did not commit war crimes and insists the decision ignores its domestic investigations, undermining both Israel's sovereignty and the ICC's obligations under the Rome Statute. A day after the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in Australian history, mourners returned to Bondi Beach, not in fear but in defiance, to light Hanukkah candles and pray for peace. More than 1,000 people gathered at the Bondi Pavilion, the same location where two terrorists opened fire on a Jewish community celebration just 24 hours earlier, killing at least 15 people and wounding dozens more. Under heavy police scrutiny, the crowd lit the Hanukkah candles and recited prayers for the dead, the wounded, and the traumatized Jewish community. Dramatic new footage has emerged from the Bondi attack, showing an elderly couple trying to disarm one of the terrorists. Camera footage from a passerby car shows 69-year-old Boris Gorman struggling with one of the gunmen. Him and his wife Sophia were later shot dead. Indian police claim the father-son duo of Sajid and Akram Naveed came originally from the South Indian city of Hyderabad that has a significant Muslim population. An investigation reveals the two went through some type of military training for the attack in the Philippines in November. Police confirmed the father was shot dead at the scene while the son is hospitalized in critical but stable condition and is expected to survive and face charges for the shooting spree that claimed 15 victims. Naveed Akram was known to the Domestic Intelligence Agency since 2019 over concerns he was accessing extremist material and communicating with radicalized individuals, including the jailed Islamic State terrorists. A 6-month investigation ended with no finding of an immediate threat, and he was removed from watch lists. Police say the father legally owned 6 firearms, obtaining his license in 2015. Authorities found 4 weapons at the scene, additional guns at the rental property, improvised explosive devices in the vehicle, and an Islamic State flag, although conclusions on affiliations remain under investigation. The FBI has announced that it foiled a New Year's bombing plot targeting Los Angeles. 4 people are facing criminal charges of conspiracy and possession of an unregistered destructive device for the planned attack against multiple targets, including U.S. immigration agents and their vehicles. The 4 defendants named in the complaint are Audrey Eileen Carroll, 30 years old, Zachary Aaron Page, 32, Dante Guffield, 24, and 41-year-old Tina Lai, and they are accused of being part of the Turtle Island Liberation Front, an anti-government group. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. You can scan the QR code on your screen for all the latest updates coming out of Israel. I'm Alec Pollard, and thanks for watching.
Welcome to Hadassah on Call, New Frontiers in Medicine. I'm your host, Mayan Hoffman. As parents, we constantly worry about our children, from their first steps to their first day of school and beyond. And one concern that has grown significantly in recent years is autism. It's a word we hear often, a diagnosis that seems more common than ever, and for many of us, a lingering worry in the back of our minds. I'm a mother of 5, and even as my kids grow older, I sometimes wonder, what if something was missed? What if a diagnosis comes later? Autism, along with other developmental and cognitive disabilities, is something every parent wants to understand better, especially when early intervention can make all the difference. Today, we're joined by Dr. Ariel Tenenbaum, an expert in pediatric disabilities and the head of Hadassah Medical Organization's Down Syndrome Center. He's here to break down what autism really is, how it's diagnosed, and what parents need to know about treatment, support, and the latest advances in early detection, including the role of artificial intelligence. We'll also discuss how the war has impacted children with disabilities and explore the broader landscape of disability care in Israel. If you've ever wondered about the signs of autism, the role of genetics, or how best to support a child with disabilities, you won't want to miss this conversation. So, let's get started. Welcome, Dr. Tenenbaum.
Well, thank you for having me. Thank you.
Of course. Now, I want to start by defining autism. We often hear this saying, people or so-and-so is on the spectrum. What does that really mean?
Well, this is a very good question because it has to be um, specifically identified, and there are criteria that are on the book of that is called DSM-5. It's like the Bible of psychiatry, and there are three main categories. All of them are there in autism. One of them is, as we are now doing, the ping pong of the talk and of the relation. The other one is maintaining friendships and relations with persons. And the third one is the communication abilities, which are verbal and non-verbal. So all of them are typical and are actually mandatory to give the diagnosis of autism. Also, there are some behavioral and environmental aspects which are repetitive movements or in speech, stereotypes, movements, hypersensitivity or hypersensitivity, and other things that are more of the behavioral and the habits of a person that has autism. But the three main ones that I talked to you about, just mentioned them before, these are the mandatory criteria.
What causes autism? It's something that's genetic, you're born with it?
Well, it's a very big question, and the answer is even bigger because there are so many answers to it. Well, there is a part of the genetic, and there are some rare syndromes that autism is more frequent in them, and some people do have autism because of a specific genetic anomaly. But the environment is very important in autism, and we know that even I think that the classic example is identical twins, in which you can identify autism in one of them, and the other one does not have autism, and obviously they have the same genetics, and they live in the same house, so they are exposed to the same environment, and still we see differences. So there are many questions still ahead of us to understand the full, the answer to your question.
Sure. And I guess the next follow-up question to that would be regarding then diagnosis. How do we diagnose somebody with autism? I've heard there's some new work with artificial intelligence, perhaps, that can help us to get a better understanding.
Yes, especially in the early signs of autism. The average age of diagnosing autism in Israel and in other countries is about 3 years old. But when you go back to the history of the child, you see that the difficulties appeared much earlier. So there are some signs that you can see even when the baby is a few weeks old and months old. If I give you an example that is actually bothering, if a child, like the mother or the father, go to the to the cradle and look at the child in the middle of the night, and child is awake and he does not cry and doesn't seem to be bothered with the fact that there's no light and he's alone and nothing bothers him. So this is one of the phenomena that we see in retrospect, that the mother or the father can tell us about the child, even though he was diagnosed when he is 3 or 4 years old. About AI, this is actually something that Hadassah is involved in. There is a very nice startup that was, there is a clinical study that I'm involved in, and we are working on it in Hadassah. The company is called LittleOne.care. And the device, which is actually on sale because they went to production, is called Elora. And it's a really nice device. It's about an inch square. It's not heavy. You attach it to the whatever the baby is wearing. It doesn't radiate anything, and it gets every sound that the output and the input of sound, movement, and everything that you can even think about what's happening to the baby. So you get a lot of data. And when you get a lot of data, you can try to analyze the data. And then if in a year or 2 years or 3 years, the child has autism, you can go back to the data and maybe find some very fine differences or things that pop up when you do a big data analysis, and you can see the early signs. So hopefully this device will be helpful for this kind of kids.
But what would be the advantage if you're waiting till they get the diagnosis? In other words, is this so that we can help other parents in the future be able to identify it? Is that the idea? Because it's not helping to identify it currently.
Right, right. So this is the hopefully the near future. What we need to do is do early diagnosis. In Israel, in the mother and child centers, they do have a questionnaire for mothers. For example, can you calm the baby? If the baby cries, you take him with you, and does he respond to his name? Does he make eye contact? So there are some very simple but actually very effective questions that you can ask the parents and to see whether there are early signs. Now, the early diagnosis in autism and in other intellectual disabilities and other problems is crucial. It's key to the early intervention, and we do see a profit of measures that we take with these kids and the parents.
So when it comes to mild autism, because I know, again, we talked about that spectrum in the beginning.
Right.
If it goes missed, is that such a big deal? Can people live with autism being undiagnosed?
That's really interesting. We ran for 12 or 13 years in Hadassah Mount Scopus a center for the evaluation of disability with the contract with the Ministry of Social Affairs, and thousands and thousands of persons came for the diagnosis. And actually, it's really interesting to see adults that, they are 22 years old, 25 years old, and suddenly they think about themselves. They are independent. They live, they work, they live their lives, and they say, maybe I have autism, which is really extraordinary. And they do the diagnosis, and actually some of them are fine to have, the full criteria of autism. So some of them do manage in life, but they can tell you about the struggle and the difficulties. And because there are some treatments and some modifications in life that you can take, I think it is really important to diagnose.
And I definitely want to talk about treatments. I do have one other diagnosis question real fast with regards to pregnant women. Can women today be tested? I mean, I know with many disorders or diseases, certainly Down syndrome, which we'll talk about soon, you can find out before the baby's born. Is that true of autism?
Well, if the mother had already a child or a few children with autism, and there is a family history of autism, and we know the gene, so the mother can be tested. You do amniocentesis, and it can be tested and ruled out or ruled in. But these are not these are not most of the cases. Well, healthy pregnancy is a good thing. For the outcome of the child, but other things, well, we're not there yet.
Okay, but you think we will get there at some point?
Well, hopefully, yes. I mean, as you mentioned AI, so if we get a lot of data, and in other cases in medicine, things pop up, and then you see the connections, the relations between some data that you may miss or don't think it's very important, and the outcome of the child. Yeah.
Fascinating. Now, with regards to treatments, can autism be treated for real? Can it be cured ever?
Okay.
And what does that look like?
Well, again, it's very interesting. I treat persons with Down syndrome. It's an absolute diagnosis. I mean, whether you have an extra 21 chromosome or you don't. Right. In autism, it's really unique. Some kids get the diagnosis because they follow, you have your criteria, and the child, you put a V on the criteria, and you say, well, the child has autism. Now we start intervention.
Right.
We give him speech therapy, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, parental guidance. We put him in special class, and we do these interventions. And a year later, 2 years later, the child goes again to evaluation, and then you see that he's in another place completely. Wow. And sometimes the kids get the diagnosis stretched off their diagnosis, which is like puzzling. I mean, you ask yourself, how can you diagnose a person with a specific DSM-5 diagnosis and then remove the diagnosis? But it does happen in the real world.
I mean, wouldn't it, DSM-5, because it's psychological, as you mentioned, that's like the Bible of the mental health world. So, I mean, with depression, anxiety, can't those things come and go as well?
I'm not a psychiatrist, but I did read a very nice article about people that are treated for depression for example, with one of the SSRIs medication like Prozac, Seroxat, maybe Cipralex, maybe you know these medications. And sometimes you go to the psychiatrist and get your treatment when you're in the bottom of the situation, of your situation. And then you start the medication, but you know, when you after a period of time, after the trauma, after the bereavement or whatever the person is going through, there is some relief, and the person can like go through a process of healing, and there is the environment and support. So sometimes the diagnosis is made when the person is in the worst of the worst situation that he was, but you can re-diagnose and reevaluate the situation and actually get off the medication if it's relevant for persons. It's also correct for many medications that people take for a very, very long time. And it's interesting to just stop for a minute after like 5 years taking a medication for your blood pressure, but you're doing now sports and you lose weight and you're eating healthy and you're in another place in your life. So maybe you do not need this medication anymore. So it is interesting. It goes also with all the diagnoses that you can think about with kids with disability.
So, are there medications that children with autism can take?
So kids with autism do take medication, some of them, but they are specifically for the symptoms that they show. So for autism per se, there are no medications. But if you see a kid who has autism, but also there are signs of ADHD, so you can treat ADHD with medications. If he has anxiety or severe behavioral problems or restlessness, or he doesn't sleep. So with these problems, we can deal and we can use the medications. But for autism per se, there are no medications yet.
Wow. Now, what about involvement of schools, communities, parents, caregivers with helping children with autism? What is the recommendation there?
So first, the diagnosis of autism is on the rise. I mean, you can see it in all the Western countries and also in Israel. We are talking now about 1 in 40, 1 in 50 kids. So it's really a lot.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is that because we are now more aware of what autism is, or is that because more people actually have autism?
Well, both. We are obviously more aware. I mean, there are persons that should have be given the diagnosis, and there are older people and like the missed cases of 20, 30 and 40 years ago. But we do see it's not just the prevalence, it's also the incidence. I mean, you do see the percentage going up, you do see the numbers going up, and we are not sure what we on earth are doing wrong, but something is happening, and we do see more autism.
Interesting. We don't, as you said, we don't know. We don't know if it's tied to use of electronics, pesticides, how people are handling their pregnancies, all of these, kind of myths that come out. We don't really have any answers.
No, but we are sure that it's not for the from the vaccination.
Okay, right. I should have named that first. I don't know. Yeah, I mean,
it's really important to emphasize this, because there was a few decades ago a horrible article that was published, and it was done wrong, and they actually deleted it from the journal. And I don't want to repeat all the history about the measles. I know that in the States there is an outbreak now of measles, and it usually occurs among persons that are not diagnosed. Measles can be a very, very severe illness with morbidity and mortality. So it's not from the vaccines.
Now, what about the difference between autism in children and adults? I mean, you mentioned that sometimes adults get diagnosed with autism later in life. Is there a difference between how you would handle adults or late onset autism, if that's even a thing, versus childhood autism?
It's interesting because one of my colleagues said that there is the Child Development Center, and he said that it should be changed to Human Developing Center, because we are evolving, and the development does not stop at age of 18 or 21. I mean, we're still learning new things. I didn't use my cell phone when I was 3, because I'm 56 now. So obviously I didn't use the cell phone. So I learned how to use the cell phone. We are still evolving, and we are using different machines and different kind of communication skills and etc. And our work as pediatricians is very different from what it was 20 and 30 years ago. Now, the basic things are similar, dealing with the communication skills, habits, what's wrong and what's right, environment adjustments, etc. We do see the involvement of persons with autism at work, in the military, in the army, in Israel, and some of them do very well in all kinds of companies that, for instance, the computers, okay? So some persons that have autism do work very well in these companies that 50 years ago it wasn't a possibility because there weren't any, companies and jobs like that.
So I know that your expertise is actually more on children with disabilities, and I wanted to sort of jump over from the autism to children with cognitive disabilities in general. What are the most common ones today? What are we seeing, especially here in Israel?
So Down syndrome is about 1 in 1,000 births, and it's very stable in Israel and in most Western countries. It's around 1 in 700, 1 in 800. Also prematurity. We are in Hadassah and all around the world, we are doing much better in saving lives of kids who are born very early. But one of the what we see later on is that some of these kids do have problems with their development, and it can be global developmental delay with many areas of disabilities that we are challenged with.
So what should parents be watching for to indicate if maybe their child does have a cognitive disability?
Okay, so if we detect early signs or early risk factors, for example, prematurity or family history and so on. So we do encourage patients to consult with their gynecologist and with the family doctor. And after the child is born, so there is a very nice system of mother and child centers. Pediatricians are available in the community clinics. And I think that's about it. And also in kindergartens, in schools, there are surveys and there are persons that come and detect kids with problems, and they send them for evaluation.
Now, this might be a little controversial where I'm going to take this next, but regarding, testing when a mother is pregnant, I mean, you mentioned before being able to do the amniocentesis and other, disabilities or disorders we can find in advance. Are there ever times that you certainly would recommend to terminate a pregnancy? Is that something that we do here in Israel? And what are the factors that go into making that decision?
Okay, so the decision is the mother decides. This is what I believe in. But I do think that the mother is. I think that my job here is to get the information as clearly as possible to the mother and to a partner, and just to make sure that when they decide, they do it with a clear understanding of what's going on. Some parents did come in different stages of pregnancy. For example, with a child that is, when he will be born, he will have Down syndrome. And they ask questions. We see it and we discuss it. And I don't give a specific recommendation because I think that it's in the mother's hands to decide. In Israel, there are the mother sits with the professionals, and she asks for termination of pregnancy if that's what she wants. And with all kinds of disabilities, physical or mental or cognitive disabilities, these requests are usually approved. And yeah.
It must be very sensitive.
Of course.
Since October 7th, I'm going to assume that more children are struggling with mental, behavioral, and other disorders, not disabilities, but disorders, challenges that are resulting in, and even, I guess, physical disabilities for the children that were unfortunately attacked on the 7th down south. And we know how much rehabilitation is going on. Talk to me a little bit about what you're seeing here at Hadassah, the kind of patients, obviously anonymously, that you're treating since October 7th.
Well, some of them, the impact, it's like how do you call it, the waves when you throw a stone. And
Yeah.
so the waves are still very strong and hitting all of us. Some have mild symptoms like bedwetting. They were dry for a year, and now they're again bedwetting. Just being very alarmed in the middle of the night because of sound of an ambulance passing by, thinking maybe it's a rocket this time. Learning problems, all kinds of anxieties, both the parents and the child. So we see more of that, obviously. Our child psychiatry ward is very busy.
Wow.
With many outpatient clinics, patients that come to the outpatient clinics. It's not only that, this generation just recovered from the coronavirus.
Right.
So it's, they are challenged.
Yeah, hopefully it won't have long-term effects. I'm thinking of my own daughter. I have an 8-year-old, and she, we have so few rockets in Jerusalem, and just from that first day, from October 7th, every, time afterwards, she asked me, she, for almost a year, actually more than a year, slept in our bed as a result of the rockets. Just she didn't want to go to sleep, and now she's back in her bed, but she'd slept in her own bed for a couple of years already. But she kept asking me, well, will there be rockets tonight, Mommy? Can you tell me if there'll be rockets? And that's not a disorder, but it's amazing, the impact that these things have on on everyone.
Of course. I have 5 kids. Well,
me too. Yeah.
The younger is in the army, so there are no kids anymore. But I do have 3 grandchildren.
Okay.
And the older one was 3.5. We went abroad to Cyprus just for a holiday. And we went into the hotel, and he asked, where is the safe room? And we had to explain that rockets do not fall in Cyprus, but he couldn't figure out how it is possible, because his life, he doesn't live in Jerusalem, he lives in Gedera, and they did hear many alarms. And they know that in the kindergarten, when the alarm sounds, they have to run to the room. And he couldn't understand how the hotel doesn't have a safe room. So it's a challenge. Yes,
Definitely
it's
a challenge for sure. So you think that there's going to be any changes that result in how we treat, children with depression, anxiety, or even cognitive disabilities as a result of the war? Is there new research coming out, anything like that?
There is a very nice article. Very nice. There is well-written article about children in war in the Nelson's pediatric textbook, which was written by 3 professors from our department in Hadassah. It appears in the text, the international textbook, and you see what happens with kids at war. So kids are at risk, and kids should never be involved at war. So I am, the notion, the perception, the understanding of what happens with kids that are under stress is documented, and we do see them. Actually, there is talking about stress. There are 3 kinds of stress.
Okay.
One of them is the acute, usually mild stress, like you are running late to somewhere.
That's like me every day. So I guess I'm always stressed.
Okay, so you're running late, or you have an exam tomorrow, or this typical stress that we deal with them every day, which is fine. And actually, in some cases, you overcome the challenge and you're fine. You did well on the test. You had many patients to see, but you saw them all, and they are doing nicely. That's one. The other one is the more severe and more, but it is still tolerable. When you lose someone who is very dear to you, but he was old and he passed, in old age. So it's very sad. And it can be traumatic, but eventually you, it's difficult to say, but you just get over it, and sometimes you grow from it. You understand life, and you have some notions and understanding of the circle of life, and or you move to another country, which can be actually
Very stressful.
yes, but in the end of the sometimes a very long time. I'm also an Ole Hadash. I came from Argentina many years ago.
Okay.
Yes,
You didn't know that.
but eventually you understand the positive effects of it. But there is a toxic stress. This kind of stress is always bad. I mean, if a child is abused, there's no nothing good will come out of it. If the child is at war, if the child loses a parent or a sister or a brother. So these are toxic stress, especially if it goes on and on and on, like kids who are bullied at school, or kids who live in a household that, like, one of the parents has a very severe mental issue. So these are stresses that kids, we do see biologically, that some of them do not recover, and we can show biological markers of the stress,
Like brain biomarkers?
brain biomarkers, but also like they are more at risk of cancer when they are older, more at risk of having hypertension, staying shorter. I mean, growing less than expected. So the effects are, I mean, the impact is very strong. So we need kids to be happy.
It's actually so fascinating thinking about, October 7th and the last year and a half of war. We really don't understand then the long-term impacts. I mean, things, we had a discussion just the other day about the impact on cancer. We're seeing more cancer patients, but from what I'm hearing from you, this is something that we might see in 10 years or in 20 years as a result of October 7th.
Yes, the war is, war is definitely a toxic stress. Yeah.
Wow. Is there anything else that you want to add or you want to share that you think that our listeners and viewers would want to know that we didn't talk about or I didn't ask you?
Well, you mentioned possible treatments for autism and possible understanding biologically, physiologically, all kinds of diagnoses and diseases and conditions. And I did want to mention a very nice startup that is also here in Hadassah. That the company is called Itai and Beyond.
Oh, I know it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So Itai and Beyond, I'm on the advisory board of the company, and they are, I mean, wow, these are really fascinating. We have in the company there are brain organoids, which actually are very mini brains that are in the lab, which originated from patients, from volunteers. And in these mini brains, it is possible to test almost everything. For example, in the future, to see whether medical interventions, all kinds of substances, all kinds of medications that we didn't think about can make a big change. And what's really elegant that you can do it outside the body. You don't have to test the baby or the child. You can first test it. It's not on animals.
Right.
It's just on the small organoid that sits on the lab. And I think it's fascinating. We are now going to, with the company, of course, we are now going to publish the first scientific article. The results are absolutely fascinating. And I think it's the future. It's definitely a very big part of the future of understanding mechanisms and what works. You can test 200, 300, 400 kinds of substances, medications, molecules, and to see what makes change. It's really interesting.
Wow, it's super cool. And what a great way to be able to end the conversation on such a high note. So thank you so much for sharing your information today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
And joining us now with more on the horrific anti-Semitic terror attack at the Hanukkah celebration at Bondi Beach in Sydney, Australia, is Israeli journalist Lital Shemesh, who is in the country for the holiday. Lital, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Lidar.
So you're visiting Australia. What can you tell us about the horrific events today? What's the latest news coming out of Sydney at this late hour?
Yeah, so at the moment we're talking about at least 12 people who were murdered in this horrific attack. We still don't have the exact number of wounded people, but more and more testimonies of people from the scene are coming. We're talking about a police officer who got shot. We're talking about a young girl who got shot as well, and thousands of people who just came to a Hanukkah celebration, as you mentioned, just to celebrate the first candle of Hanukkah. After such a hard 2 years, just wanted to get some peace of mind together with the Jewish community. And as you said, Lidar, the writing was on the wall. They are now saying the Albanese government hasn't done enough to prevent what just occurred. After 2 years that Israel is under war, where the Jewish community in Australia is getting bashed by the Lebanese population, by anti-Israeli movements and pro-Palestinians who are chanting "Gas the Jews" in the streets, who are chanting "Globalize the Intifada." These are the things that the Jewish community had to deal with in the past 2 years. And not only the Albanese government hasn't done enough, they were encouraging, they were fueling the Palestinians. Anthony Albanese declared he's recognizing a Palestinian state. He was bashing Israeli members of parliament. He was preventing from Israeli members of parliament from entering Australia. And all of this together was just inflaming and giving fuel to what just happened, sadly, this evening.
And is the danger over now, or are there concerns in Australia that there could be more attacks against the Jewish community?
Yeah, the Jewish community is very concerned about what is going to happen. People are asking themselves, how can two terrorists confiscate two heavy gun rifles? People are asking themselves, how could this happen when there were police officers at the event, and we know that the shooter was shooting for 10, maybe 12 long minutes of just shooting people who were outside that event. Bondi Beach is the most popular touristic area of Sydney. Just in 17 days, the entire world would watch the fireworks of, the first of January 2026. Everyone are watching the fireworks from the Bondi Beach in Australia as they're getting the new year before everyone else. That is the beach that we're talking about. We also know that the Jewish communities living around that area, living around that beach, but obviously someone was collecting intelligence, someone knew about this Hanukkah event, and someone was planning this for weeks, I assume.
Yeah, it was a family event, lots of children. We understand that there were children also among the wounded. Now, Lital, I know you have family in Australia. You travel there frequently. You're there now for the holiday. What is the sentiment of the Jewish community right now, and how is the community handling this attack?
Yeah, so I have to tell you, Lidar, for the past 2 years, to my personal opinion, I think that the Jewish community here was very soft on the recent event, on the chanting, on the rioting. They were doing special events on the synagogue. Let's all sit together for a joint hug. They weren't vocal enough to speak. They hardly spoke up against the government. Demanding to handle the anti-Semitism in a harsh way. And now they're just saying, we were saying that all along. We were calling for the government to do something. And I really hope the Jewish community will speak up. I really hope the Jewish community will understand that it has to be stronger from now on. And not just the Jewish community, Australia in total is now under a major fear. The last massacre that happened here was in 1996. That's a long time ago. Australia is not a place that knows these kinds of events, mass shootings events. Last event was in 1996 in Tasmania. It wasn't even a terror attack. It was just a mass shooting. So this is going to be a very, very traumatic day to Australia in total.
Absolutely. It starts with the Jews, but it never ends there. Lital Shemesh, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Lidar.
And joining us now with more on the latest developments in Gaza and the region is Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, Senior Fellow at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Jonathan, always a pleasure to have you with us.
Shalom, thanks for having me.
So, Jonathan, there seem to be two very different realities. On the one hand, you have this peace plan, the rhetoric of peace, and the strong desire on the part of Israel and the United States for a lasting peace. But on the other hand, you have the reality on the ground that paints a very different picture, one that sees Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran all rearming and gearing for another round. So at what point will Israel and the United States have to face the reality on the ground?
Yeah, you're right. There's definitely parallel realities here, but I would offer a little bit of a different interpretation. I'm not entirely sure that Israel is looking for peace at this stage, because realistically, as long as we are surrounded by the groups and leaderships that we are surrounded by, I don't think that really peace is a realistic thing to be looking for, but first and foremost, victory, security, and perhaps then move on to positive things like the expansion of the Abraham Accords. But, you know, as long as Hamas exists in Gaza, as long as Hezbollah exists in Lebanon, I don't think it would be really realistic and serious to speak about peace, but to contain the enemy and perhaps to defeat the enemy and deter the enemy from fighting. Now, when it comes to what the US and Israel will do, the thing is that there is a lot of very heavy presidential investment in the process in Gaza, and I'm not entirely sure that reality will be reflected back to Washington, D.C. And my current concern is that there are a lot of Hamas supporters that are interfering with President Trump's plan. The Turkish and the Qatari and the Egyptians are very active, proactive, and what they're basically doing, they're trying to dilute President Trump's plan from the very clear and correct plan that it was formulated, and as it was accepted and adopted by the Security Council, what they're trying to do now is to dilute it and actually have Hamas retain capabilities and stay in power without being disarmed. And that is a very dangerous path to go down, and I hope that the president and his team will be able to see through that move and not allow it to happen.
And that's interesting because we are seeing disagreements right now between Israel and the United States over which countries will participate in the international force. There are delays, as we've heard. But at the end of the day, soldiers from Europe or from other Arab countries will not be the ones fighting Hamas. It will ultimately fall on Israel and on the IDF. And it seems that the longer Israel delays, the harder it will be to go back in and to fight Hamas, which is rebuilding. I mean, what is your analysis of this?
I think you're right. The longer it takes, the longer time Hamas will have to reestablish their command and control, their logistics, their weapons manufacturing, and consolidate power in Gaza. Every day that goes by and the International Stabilization Force isn't fielded is a day that is wasted, and it's good for Hamas. And I think that at the end of the day, Israel will have to either threaten to use force or actually use force in order for things to change significantly in the Gaza Strip. And this will be a tremendous diplomatic and military battle here between Israel on one side, Turkey, Qatar, and Egypt on the other side, and then the US in the middle, having to decide which side it will prefer and who will actually get to have the final word about the future in Gaza. I can say one thing pretty clear. I don't think Israel, however heavy the diplomatic pressure will be, can allow a situation to exist whereby Hamas has any say or existence in the future of the Gaza Strip, which is what the other side is trying to create. And I don't think that Israel will be able to tolerate that. And if push comes to shove, a few months down the road, Israel will have to do the heavy lifting, and I hope that we won't have to find ourselves in that situation, but that is definitely a possibility.
And the same goes for Lebanon. You know, Lebanon has so far failed to uphold its part of the agreement and disarm Hezbollah. Whether they simply can't or won't, that's another matter. And so it will also ultimately have to fall on Israel to do this job. But again, Israel can't act or won't act until it gets the green light from President Trump. How likely is that to happen?
I think it's likelier that Israel will operate against Hezbollah in Lebanon than it will operate in any significant size against Hamas in Gaza, because the president and his team really want the Gaza peace plan to succeed. And I think that the pressure on Israel to divert Israel from doing what it needs to do will be very significant. In Lebanon, I think that the US and Israel see things more eye to eye and understand that Hezbollah is a menace for future regional stability. It is a cancerous organization inside Lebanon, and that it would do Lebanon, Syria, and Israel a whole lot of good if Hezbollah is really dismantled. And yes, as you say, I agree, the only country that puts its money where its mouth is in the region is Israel. And when heavy lifting is required, then Israel is there to do that job, which would be very beneficial for the Lebanese state. And I can tell you that behind the scenes, I know that Lebanese officials, government officials and military officials are asking, pleading and hoping for Israel to come to the rescue and get rid of Hezbollah's main capabilities, because what we're seeing on the ground is a very worrying picture. We're seeing Hezbollah creep back down to the south. We're seeing the Iranians provide Hezbollah with hundreds of millions of dollars that they don't really have to spend, but they're spending them anyhow. And we're seeing Hezbollah trying to reestablish itself in the Bekaa Valley and in southern Lebanon. So bottom line, I think every day that goes by, we're getting closer to a situation where Israel will be forced to take action, preventive action against Hezbollah. And I think that the US will support it, and the Lebanese, perhaps outwardly, will be critical, but in closed sessions and away from the cameras, they will support it, because they know that that is the only way that they can have peace and stability in their country. That is the way to get rid of Hezbollah.
Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, thank you so much for your insights and for joining us today.
Thank you.
And joining us now with more on the latest developments in the region and beyond is the spokeswoman for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and our very own former ILTV news anchor, Shosh Bedrosian. So, Shosh, so wonderful to see you.
Lidar, thanks for having me.
So the Prime Minister is scheduled in a short time to visit the White House at the invitation of U.S. President Donald Trump. Can you share with us what is going to top the agenda on this visit?
Sure. So what I can share with your viewers, who I know are listening, is that the meeting will be taking place December 29th. That's a Monday. And they will be discussing the future steps, the phases, and the international stabilization force of the ceasefire plan, essentially the future of what this plan could look like. Now, let's remember where we started. We got to this point in time where we have a ceasefire in place. It's been in place, Lidar, for more than 60 days right now. And it all started with the stronghold of our IDF soldiers going into the Gaza City stronghold, a decision the Prime Minister made. And by doing that, we put immense pressure on Hamas. Not only that, but the diplomatic pressure that President Trump put on Hamas with the help from Arab countries and Muslim countries, we got to the point where Hamas had no choice. So together, we reached this point of a ceasefire. And they will be discussing, of course, like I said, the next phases. Now, we have one more hostage that is still in captivity right now. It is Ron Gvili. He is a hero of Israel. He fought near Kibbutz Alomim. He is our last hostage in captivity. Hamas has delayed giving his body back. It's been more than 61 days. They've been stalling to give his body back. Under this 20-point plan, Lidar, It is a commitment Hamas made. They would release all of our hostages within 72 hours. Here we are, 61 days later, and we still have a hostage in captivity. The Prime Minister has made it very, very clear we will get Ron Gvili's body back home. And moving on to phase two, we will ensure that Hamas is demilitarized and they have no arms. Gaza is demilitarized. Ensure that Hamas has no future inside of Gaza.
And now, speaking of phase two, I mean, how is Israel, how is the Prime Minister navigating the, let's call it the internationalization of this conflict? I mean, it's something that Israel has avoided for many, many years, but now with President Trump's close involvement and the expected military presence of other countries, how has this sort of changed the dynamics and the reality here on the ground?
Look, Lidar, we're at a critical point in this ceasefire because we, in phase two, there's a commitment right now that Hamas will demilitarize. For many, many years, as so many Israelis know, Jews know in the diaspora around the world, Hamas has used Gaza as a launching pad to conduct terror attacks against the Jewish state, the only Jewish state in the world, and Jews who live here and anyone who lives here, not just Jews. There have been so many victims of Hamas. So to ensure this, that Israel has a safe border when it comes to Gaza, this is a priority. And we're at this pivotal point where we can make this happen, right? So to demilitarize Gaza, to make sure that there is no future of Hamas inside of the Gaza Strip, and to ensure that Hamas isn't here to ruin their own people's future. That's what phase two will also include. Now, Prime Minister Netanyahu has also made it very clear there will be a phase three, which will be to de-radicalize the Gaza Strip, to ensure that education, proper education, is coming back to the people of Gaza, who have been, unfortunately, had to live under this Hamas regime for far too long, and to ensure that they also have a better future as well. But in terms of your question, let's talk about, like I said, how we got here. It's the immense pressure that was put on Hamas when it comes to the Arab states, the Muslim countries, from President Trump's help, in addition to Prime Minister Netanyahu's decision to go into Gaza City. All of that got us to the point of this ceasefire. And it is holding. It is holding, and it certainly is holding. And we want to just make sure our last hostage, Ron Gvili, comes back home for a proper burial.
And President Trump announced, the 20-point peace plan. He announced and also hinted towards a major peace deal that would sweep the region. But since that time, we haven't seen any new countries join the Abraham Accords. And as we've just been talking, there are still major obstacles to reaching phase two and, of course, phase three of the deal. So where do we stand today? I mean, are there ongoing diplomatic talks with Saudi Arabia, for example? I mean, what is the status of this, the Abraham Accords and this big peace deal?
Sure. Well, Izar, as you know, all good things take time. And let's go back to just the history of the Abraham Accords. No one believed that Israel would actually get peace with 4 Arab states in the Abraham Accords. Prime Minister Netanyahu says right now there's a very strong interest to advance that peace, the peace in this region and even potentially outside of this region. And it's peace through strength, right? It's making sure that the security of Israel is never relinquished. And that's a top priority for the Prime Minister, is to make sure that all borders of the state of Israel are protected from the north, the south, and all of its remaining borders. Remember, we had an Iranian terror axis surrounding us from the north with Hezbollah, even the Houthis inside of Yemen, and also, of course, Hamas inside of the Gaza Strip. We have severely cut these terror axes off, the Iranian terror axis and these terror groups that are funded by Iran themselves. And the Prime Minister wants to expand peace, and that's what he hopes to achieve. The Prime Minister believes we can extend the Abraham Accords, not just with one country, with many countries, including Islamic countries outside of the region as well. And this is what he recently said.
Shosh Bedrosian, thank you so much for joining us. It's always so wonderful to see you.
Thanks so much, Lidar.
And in Israel, 4,000 people will go missing every year, something that most people might not know. But it's organizations like the Israel Dog Unit that are the first responders when it comes to search and rescue and security. ILTV's Devo Klein spent the day in Kfar Tapuach visiting the headquarters of the Israel Dog Unit. Let's see what she got up to.
These are the organizations you don't hear about, but maybe you should. Saving lives in Israel at every opportunity they can. This is the Israel Dog Unit.
The Israel Dog Unit, otherwise known as IDU, not to be confused with IDF, but we work with them regularly. We do security work. We help the Army with special operations with dogs and handlers. And we also help the police and the Army look for missing people.
Volunteers from around Israel and even the world come together to achieve this mission of the Israel Dog Unit.
I got involved because I felt this was a very worthy cause after that. Training courses, it's very fulfilling in many ways. We spend a lot of time in the field with other great organizations, and the unique aspect of dogs, which I'm a big dog lover, mixing the highest levels of technology in the field. It's almost like CSI work in some ways, but in other ways investigative work, working together close with the police and the Army.
Our mission is to save Jewish lives in Israel with dogs, with drones, with horses, with whatever means at our disposal.
This unit is one of a kind. People and dogs working side by side to save lives in the heartland of the Jewish state. We got to meet some of the dogs of the unit.
So this is IP. She's a search and rescue dog, and she's very good at what she does. Dogs are more simple in a way. For sure, every dog has his own character, but if you give them their needs, and they're gonna be the best partners in the world. They're the best friend that there is.
Their mission is massive, but it is not yet complete. To operate to save lives, the Israel Dog Unit needs you.
My message to the viewers of ILTV is to come home to Israel. You want to do something meaningful, come and volunteer here. We'll provide room and board. This could be your first step to making Aliyah, but even if you don't make Aliyah, come here, we'll give you something meaningful to do. You can go out with us on a daily basis looking for missing people and saving lives in Israel. Is there anything greater, more important, more meaningful that you can think of doing? And of course, those of you that can't come, you can help support the unit financially. We rely solely on the donations of good people around the world that support the unit. And they're our partners in all the successes that we have, whether it's saving lives from terrorist attacks or whether it's finding missing people and saving their lives.
The Israel Dog Unit embodies the true spirit of Israel, unity and dedication to life-saving no matter what.
As someone that goes out to these searches, you see the family of the people, you see the close people, you see how they feel, and you really get attached to them. You see the daughter or the sister, you really feel connected. You say, I'm gonna do everything to find this person. It's very hard to see these people in such a hard time. And then if we find the person, you see how happy they are and that will change lives.
Thank you. That's Israeli culture for you right there. The Israel Dog Unit is supported by Am Yisrael Chai, and their annual dream raffle to win a luxury apartment in Jerusalem is in full swing. You can win the apartment of your dreams by supporting Am Yisrael Chai. And if you don't win, you are still supporting the Israel Dog Unit, allowing them to continue their mission of saving lives in Israel.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Alec Pollard, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest stories in the region. U.S. Central Command will lead a closed-door meeting in Doha, Qatar, with representatives from about 45 Arab, Muslim, and Western countries regarding the Gaza Stabilization Force the Americans are very active behind the scenes on, and understand that this is a time-consuming process for establishing the force. But so far they have not been able to achieve a great willingness from countries to send troops to Gaza, but rather a willingness only to provide financial support and assist with training and instruction. Meanwhile, Israel is following from afar what happens at the meeting in Doha, where the rules of operation of the force for Gaza are expected to be finalized. The opening fire instructions, whether it will be armed with what type of weapons, where it will be stationed, and where it will train. One country willing to send troops to Gaza is Turkey, but Israel is adamantly opposed due to the country's close ties to Hamas. Other possible candidates are Indonesia, Italy, and Azerbaijan. In further news concerning Gaza, President Trump is said to have delivered a sharp rebuke to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu following Israel's strike that killed senior Hamas commander Ghaad Saad, with U.S. officials claiming the attack violated the Gaza ceasefire. According to a report by Axios, American officials warned Netanyahu that the strike risked undermining President Donald Trump's role in brokering the deal. Asked about it in the White House, President Trump said this.
But was that a violation of the ceasefire, the strike on the Hamas general?
We're going to have to see. We're looking into that.
How soon do you expect that international stabilization force to be up and running in Gaza?
I think that it's, in a form, it's already running. In a very strong form, it's already. But it'll get stronger and stronger, and more countries are coming into it. They're already in, but they'll send any number of troops that I ask them to send. They want to see peace. We have more than 59 countries. We have many countries that aren't even in the Middle East, but they're fairly close to the Middle East. They want to be involved. So it's been pretty amazing.
More than a year after it was filed, the International Criminal Court in The Hague rejected Israel's appeal against the arrest warrants issued for Prime Minister Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Gallant, leaving them in effect. The decision, which passed by a narrow 3-2 vote in the ICC appeals chamber, is final. Israel's foreign ministry criticized the ruling, calling it politics disguised as international law, and accusing the ICC of disregarding the sovereign rights of non-party states, including Israel. Israel maintains it did not commit war crimes and insists the decision ignores its domestic investigations, undermining both Israel's sovereignty and the ICC's obligations under the Rome Statute. Dramatic new footage has emerged from the Bondi attack, showing an elderly couple trying to disarm one of the terrorists. Camera footage from a passerby car shows 69-year-old Boris Gorman struggling with one of the gunmen. Him and his wife, Sophia, were later shot dead. Indian police claim the father-son duo, Sajid and Naveed Akram, came originally from the South Indian city of Hyderabad that has a significant Muslim population. An investigation reveals the two went through some type of military training for the attack in the Philippines in November. Naveed Akram was known to the Domestic Intelligence Agency since 2019 over concerns he was accessing extremist material and communicating with radicalized individuals, including a jailed Islamic State terrorist. A 6-month investigation ended with no finding of an immediate threat, and he was removed from watch lists. The father legally owned 6 firearms, obtaining his license in 2015. Authorities found 4 weapons at the scene, additional guns at the rental property, improvised explosive devices in the vehicle, and an Islamic State flag, although conclusions on affiliations remain under investigation.
I also confirmed that the vehicle, which is registered to the younger male, contained IEDs, but I also confirmed that it contained 2 homemade ISIS flags. We continue to work through the motive of this tragedy, and we'll continue to do so. And I think it's really important that our investigators continue to be given time to do that.
And we'll be continuing to update you on all the latest stories happening around the world, including the continued investigation on that incident on Bondi Beach, the attack against the Jewish community there in this Hanukkah celebration. But for now, that's all for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. You can scan the QR code on your screen for all the latest updates coming out of Israel on our ILTV app. Thanks for watching, and I will see you next time.
Israel is still at war. Yes, I know we have a whole bunch of different ceasefire agreements in place, but the wars are not nearly close to being over despite the public opinion. In fact, it's quite the opposite. And today we're going to unpack all 8 fronts, where we stand as of now and what will be. If you heard the news that Israel took out number 2 of Hamas in Gaza, that Saudi Arabia has built a secret pipeline all the way to Israel, that Turkey and Qatar are trying to delay the Phase 2 agreement, and an escalation of war with Hezbollah in Lebanon is imminent, that the US just confiscated a shipment from China to Iran of arms, and that a deal is underway with Syria, and you want to know more, this episode is for you. This is the Meira K Show on JNS TV. Let's dive right in. So it's been 2 years since the war with Gaza began, and as we are now in our third ceasefire stage, it might feel like it's kind of ended. But to understand where we really stand, we need to know that the conflict started way before October 7th of 2023. Some would say it's about 50 years old. I mean, those who read the Muslim Brotherhood's manifestos or watch this show, and some would say it started in 1947 when we got the state. Some would even say it's thousands of years old because of the root of all of these seemingly military conflicts is actually a religious war. I mean, if you were to look at the 8 fronts that we are up against, Gaza, Lebanon, Judea and Samaria, Syria, Iran, Iraq, Yemen, and the Muslim Brotherhood, i.e. Qatar, and by the way, potentially another 2 with rising tensions with Turkey and Egypt, it doesn't take a genius to notice that they all belong to a specific religion, one that historically doesn't have a tremendous love for us Jews. Now, why am I bringing this up? Well, because in our history, we are used to wars having an end date, a liberation day, a clear red line that marks the final move into victory. And that is often the case with regular military wars. An agreement is paid, the war ends, and the healing begins. Alas, with religious wars, it's a little bit different. For religion, the idea of a timeline is not really relevant. There's endless patience to arrive at your God-ordained goal. The fight never really dies. When fighting jihadists and militias that have a very clear-cut religious goal of destruction of the Jewish state, the truth is we are always in some state of perpetual war. This is one of the biggest mistakes we made on October 6th, believing that we were in a time of peace. Yes, there were rockets flying from Gaza and from Hezbollah, terror attacks throughout the country, extensive intelligence of Iran building up its arsenal of nukes, and clear proof of the Islamic takeover of Europe. But we had gotten used to it, and so we were at peace. The idea that the war ends is a false premise. It's the wrong question to ask. And this, to me, is where Trump is honestly making a major mistake in his doctrine. You know, the national security strategy that they just released in November. In it, he claims that the peace in the Middle East has basically been obtained, that he ended the Gaza-Israel war as well as the Israel-Iran escalation. The document is extensive, and I'm not going to get into all of the details, and there is definitely no disregarding the fact that Trump has been an amazing friend to Israel, and he has done an extraordinary amount in a very short time. But it is still flawed. He thinks that by creating of a master plan and getting countries to sign onto it, peace has been obtained. But for us, unfortunately, the war never truly ends. Not because we want the war, but because they won't stop coming at us. Which brings me to the current situation in Gaza. By now, you have probably heard that over the weekend, Israel took out the number 2 in Hamas. Ra'ad Saad was a senior architect of Hamas's military operations and weapons productions and October 7th. Taking him out seriously weakens their military power. It was a targeted assassination on his vehicle with 3 other terrorists, and it was done during what is supposed to be the ceasefire, i.e. no fighting between the enemies. However, to terrorists, the term ceasefire has a little bit of a different meaning to what we might understand. You see, quickly, Hamas are regrouping. And on a technical note, Hamas has actually been breaking the ceasefire agreement every day, that not all of the hostages have been returned. And we still know that unfortunately, there is one left. We are thinking of him and praying that he comes back soon. Which means that we're actually not in a ceasefire agreement with them, really, because they're not keeping to any of the terms. But regardless, our definition of a ceasefire has somewhat changed. We might not actively be in constant combat, despite the fact that Hamas is still targeting our soldiers and injuring them. The number of injured soldiers has jumped significantly in the last few weeks. But as of now, we are still taking out any terrorist who tries to cross the yellow line. We are still actively looking for our hostages, collecting pieces of evidence, like the video of the 6 hostages lighting the candles last Hanukkah. What an intense video. And taking out specific dangerous terrorists. Aid is overflowing into Gaza, unfortunately, and we have so many crazy reports from them lately, like them hiding the baby formula sent to the children so they could have more dead children. So much so that even Amnesty International, that very lefty anti-Israel human rights organization, has finally condemned them for war crimes against humanity. Yes, it's 2 years too late, to be honest, but even they can't ignore it anymore. But this new state of perpetual conflict isn't what is going to be the new norm. You see, we're waiting to hear about the second stage of the conflict, the one that really counts. Remember, the ceasefire agreement was as such. The first stage was all hostages were returned within 72 hours, prisoners in Israel would to be released, Hamas agrees to disarm, and then we can go into the second stage, which involves a 20-step plan of rebuilding Gaza. There is just one fundamental flaw in all of this, which is the small fact that Hamas is never, ever going to disarm. And you don't need to take my word for that. This is what they have been saying publicly. So what now? Well, we have a few issues at hand. The first being that Trump is uninterested in the ceasefire deal ending with a restart of the war from Israel's side. He wants that peace that he promised, and so he is putting huge amounts of pressure not to restart combat. Because that is exactly what Israel should be doing. Going in there with full military pressure and working to dismantle Hamas completely. That was our war goal, and that is what needs to happen for Israel to stay safe. And that brings us to the next big issue, which is that Hamas is not really the only problem with Gaza. It's actually the fact that basically the entire society, yes, maybe there are a few exceptions to this rule, but basically all of them have been radicalized. We know that one of our military strategies has been to arm internal militias to fight against Hamas, but they can turn on us any day. They are no friend of Israel. And so the whole idea of finishing Hamas doesn't really work properly, which is something that Qatar and Turkey are very much trying to capitalize on. Qatar, Turkey, what have they got to do with this? Well, they are putting extreme pressure on the US, basically saying that it will take at least a year or two to get Hamas to disarm, and then until that happens, we should get started on the next stages of rebuilding Gaza. So convenient. Just FYI, they're also point blank refusing to cover the costs of clearing out the rubble, saying that Israel needs to foot the bill. That's billions of dollars that would come directly from Israeli taxpayers' money, and I'm not having it. These discussions are ongoing, and as of now, it seems like there might be like a 2-month buffer agreement with Trump and Israel and Qatar to get Hamas to disarm, but the question really is as such. Will Israel defy the US will, or work to convince them and restart the military offensive? Or will the second stage of rebuilding Gaza start without the Hamas destruction? Regardless, it doesn't seem that Israel is planning on leaving this new yellow zone, that big buffer zone of about 50% of Gaza, and that demands military presence from our soldiers. Military presence that the Hamas terrorists are very much interested in stopping. The Gaza situation, or war as we have been calling it, is far from over. It's just moved into this kind of simmer situation. There have been rumors about the proposed next steps, who will be controlling Gaza, etc., and there are expectations that in the next few weeks, Trump will be announcing the exact plan. We await to see what will happen. Something to keep in mind is this. Notice how both Qatar and Turkey are hoping to delay for about 2 years? Well, that coincides with both Israel's elections and Trump's. They're hoping for weaker leadership to come in, which they can then manipulate better and prolong Hamas, the most successful PR firm that they've ever had in getting the world to focus on the pro-Palestinian and not notice the Islamization. It is not a coincidence, this timeline. And all the infighting within the Republican movement, which many people are saying will bring about the loss of the midterms for the Republicans, meaning they could lose Congress, which seriously undermines the president's ability to finish his goals of his term, well, obviously, that's also being coordinated by the likes of Qatar. It's not for nothing that the leader of this disaster, Tucker Carlson, was in Doha last week promising to buy a home in Qatar and cozying up to them. We have proof that he's being funded by them extensively, and this all ties together very nicely with the 8 front, the psychological online war that we are facing. I know I'm jumping ahead and I haven't talked about the imminent war with Hezbollah in Lebanon, but bear with me, it will all make sense. Israel's failure to address the online manipulation that we are seeing is nothing short of a disgrace. It was seen for a while as less urgent, and yes, the government has been releasing all sorts of statements saying that they are fighting it, but the reality is that all the wars that we are facing are being directly supported by the psychological warfare. Think about it as like the emotional finances. A war can't succeed without money, and a war can't succeed without psychological warfare. By the way, cut the funding of a military group and the war kind of ends. Cut the psychological warfare and it's not that different. They say that we are on the brink of World War III, but honestly, I think that's a misdiagnosis. This isn't a world war, it's a Cold War, and we are in the midst of the second one, not against Russia, but against Islamization. With Russia, we knew it was an ideological enemy, and we treated any sorts of attempts at infiltration with the utmost severity. Here, though, we missed it. Europe has been sold out, the US is halfway there, and Israel completely disregarded its responsibility to be fighting it. I won't say it's too little too late now. I think there is still much hope. But the diplomatic and psychological warfare that we are facing is not just putting Jews and our allies across the world in danger, it's impacting our military abilities with embargoes and pressure on us to not fight the way we should be doing, as well as putting our enemies into position of power. They are manipulating elections, and it's not just in the US where they're working to burn down the Republican movement. It's in Israel too. Not only are they funding infighting, but on a technical level, they're also trying to hack our voting systems. This is according to our state comptroller, who has warned that we are not prepared against a cyber attack, which Iran is working hard to put together to manipulate our elections. They don't want Netanyahu in power. And I guess that leads us to Iran. Boy, oh boy, are they in hot water, or more accurately, in no water at all, as the country is facing a water disaster that is unbelievably severe. Now, you may be wondering why, if their country is in such a bad state, they are so obsessed with still fighting Israel. Just this week, it was reported that the US seized an arms cargo ship from China that was on its way to Iran with parts to help them rebuild their firing abilities. And Trump has threatened their nuclear abilities once again, stating they can try, but it's going to take them a long time to come back. And if they do want to come back, and they want to come back without a deal, then we're going to obliterate that one too. I mean, I guess that's pretty self-explanatory. This statement, by the way, was due to satellite images that were discovered by them starting cleanup operations at their new headquarters for weaponizing their nuclear program. All of this is to say that they are not planning on stopping their attacks anytime soon. It's clear to anyone in military intelligence that the war with Iran isn't over, not with its proxies that are still trying to rebuild across Iraq, Yemen, and Lebanon, but also with them directly. They have ballistic missile abilities that are very much still in use, and that is because of, once again, in my opinion, Trump's mistaken doctrine, in which he got us to stop our attacks on Iran during the 12-day war way too early. We could have wiped out most of their ballistic abilities, but he stopped us. Iran 2.0, unfortunately, because of this, is going to happen. Will it be started by us or by them? And when will it be? Time will tell. But we need to understand why Iran is still so obsessed with us. And when I say Iran, obviously, I hope by now we know that I mean the Islamic Republic, which is in control of Iran. We need to go back to the religious war that we had discussed. Islam is divided into two main categories. There are the Sunnis and the Shiites, and without getting into the details, these two are in fights for the glory of Islam one day. Out of the 1.6 billion Muslims in the world, 85% are Sunni, and Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Egypt are mainly part of the Sunni group. Iran, however, is Shia. The infighting between these groups is enormous, and a massive part of the Iranian identity is in its taking on of Israel. I have obviously oversimplified this, but in a religion where respect is the most important currency, Iran is not so quickly planning on giving up their winning card that has been part of their identity for so long. This also explains why Turkey, which is quietly growing to be a very serious enemy to Israel, is jumping in now to replace Iran and try to be involved in the reestablishment of Gaza. We spoke about this on a previous episode, and I won't get into it too much, but Turkey is vying for leadership of Islam in a very serious way. This is particularly worrisome due to the fact that they are part of NATO, which is an alliance of mainly European countries that have an agreement that if one of their countries goes to war, they will support them. A war between Israel and Turkey is a very complicated affair if we get there. But right now, it's not even one of our 8 fronts. How fun for us. So yes, whilst technically we are not currently in a direct conflict, the tensions between Israel and Iran are very much there. And where else do we have tensions? Well, with their proxies, of course. It's been a while since we've had a missile from Yemen. Isn't that nice? Which is honestly something that I didn't think about too much until I wrote this episode. Praise the Lord. May that continue. But the Houthis are also in their own way gearing up for a conflict with us, just waiting on Iran to get back into the game. This is also similar to what we're seeing in Judea and Samaria, another one of our fronts. Here we have terrorist groups popping up everywhere in hopes of rebuilding what was destroyed in Gaza. It's not for nothing that Israel has been finding ready-to-fire rockets throughout Tulkarem and other Palestinian areas, i.e. mini terrorist hubs. This is being supported by our enemies in hopes of destabilizing the country from within. To me, this is the scariest arena of war, one that we haven't really touched upon enough. The heart of our country is crawling with people who hate us, and this is exactly why we are constantly at war with them, whether it's called that or not. Again, this is not a war that we have started. This is a war that they continually instigate by trying to take out Israelis any chance they get. I mean, just this week, we've had multiple incidents of them throwing rockets or attempted stabbings. This is just a kind of norm, but it's not normal. And in any other country in the world, it would be treated as a full front war. But Israel has bigger fish to fry. And lots of this is being funded, obviously, by Iran and Qatar. Hamas in Jenin is not the main thing they are invested in, however. Their main proxy is Hezbollah, and they are not exactly playing the waiting game. Reports over the last few days, as well as many soldiers in Israel being told that they'll be called up to Lebanon soon, indicate that the simmering ceasefire agreement that we have with them is on the verge of collapse. Let's just clarify for a second that Lebanon and Hezbollah are not the same. Lebanon is the country, and they want Hezbollah, a terrorist group within that country, gone. They just don't really know how to do it. Let's go back and, again, oversimplify, but hopefully give the bigger picture. When the truce was agreed about a year ago, one of the main terms was that Lebanon would disarm Hezbollah, the Iran-backed terror group that lives on the border with Israel, but also has officials dispersed throughout Lebanon, especially in Beirut. Remember, this was something that the UN demanded years and years and years ago, and Hezbollah has blatantly disregarded. This utter disregard for disarmament is why you may have heard that Israel have done attacks throughout Beirut. No, it doesn't mean that we are really going after Lebanon's capital, but it means that they found a Hezbollah terrorist hiding among civilians and with a very targeted attack and warning for the civilians to leave, tried to take them out. Lebanon's government is weak and afraid to take on Hezbollah completely because of political and internal considerations. Israel, knowing this, stayed in 5 main areas of southern Lebanon, keeping our soldiers there and sporadically attacking Hezbollah cells during the ceasefire agreement. Again, similarly to Hamas, Israel had demands that for the agreement to take place, the terrorists would need to disarm. When they didn't, Israel decided to keep its troops there and occasionally conduct operations to make sure that they don't really manage to regroup and become the threat that they were 2 years ago. These ceasefire agreements are more like a mutual agreement on both sides to simmer down the fighting, but the fire is still very much lit. During the past year, Hezbollah has been rearming and regrouping, and Israel has honestly had enough. Many of our civilians have moved back up north and are rebuilding, and Israel wants the Hezbollah threat gone. Interestingly enough, this weekend, Lebanon asked Israel to pause an evacuation order in a village in southern Lebanon so they could take care of Hezbollah themselves. Israel agreed to this and is monitoring the situation, which just goes to show where we have reached. But this is really one of the first times this has happened, which is why Israel isn't particularly hopeful that Lebanon will actually do the work. An agreement is on the cards. The US is involved, as is the UN, what a joke, and France, even more of a joke, as they are expanding talks to try and get to the escalation to stop. But it seems unlikely that Hezbollah will disarm, and so another war is imminent. Again, remember that behind closed doors, Lebanon is hoping that Israel will remove Hezbollah, but publicly they are protesting it. America will probably support this, but they will want it to be short and swift. Time will tell. And where else is the US hyper involved? Well, Syria, of course. Front number, I don't even know at this point. During the war, we know that Israel took back parts of the Hermon, the mountain bordering Syria, to keep a buffer zone after the Assad regime fell. Why? Well, because this new ex-Al-Qaeda leader, al-Julani, who up until a few years ago had a $10 million bounty on his head from the United States, and who last month, now dressed in a suit, appeared in the White House, Israel wasn't exactly convinced of the act and decided that it's probably a good idea to create a safety buffer zone in case of potential escalations. The situation in Syria is incredibly complex. It's probably one of the most complex in the Middle East. But U.S. mediation is working to create some sort of formal security arrangement between Israel and Syria. It's quiet, but it is happening. With Trump buddying up to al-Julani in hopes of keeping him in his pockets, all he really needs is for his other ally, Israel, to fight with Julani. And so I'm not yet convinced that this will pan out the way the US is hoping, but time will tell. We do know, however, that Iran and its proxies within Syria are trying hard to derail any such agreement. Just this week, 2 US soldiers and 1 US civilian were killed in Syria by the Islamic State. Why? Well, Israel normalizing with Arab states gives us too much legitimacy, something that they have been working against for years, and they don't like the United States, our ally. Trump has vowed retaliation, and we shall see. Is this going to make the relations with America and Syria more rocky, or is it only going to strengthen the conviction that we have to figure out how to strengthen their leadership and create an allyship with Israel? Again, I think this comes back to a mistake in Trump's way of dealing with this. The super complicated landscape of Syria cannot be simplified through an agreement brokered by the US. There are crazy internal dynamics and hopes of undermining the leadership that make simplifying peace almost impossible. This is how the jihadists work, by the way. It's clear to many Arab states that peace with Israel is smart at this point, and maybe even beneficial. But to those with religious goals, it's the thing that they hate most. This is in part why we know Hamas launched an attack on Israel just as we were getting close to a deal with Saudi Arabia. Just FYI, a deal that is still definitely on the cards. Just FYI, did you know that Israel and Saudi Arabia have secretly built an amazing undersea power pipeline, even though we haven't yet normalized relations? It's called Blue Ramen, and it's owned by Google, and it connects us to Saudi Arabia. Why? Thereby avoiding the Houthi threat and making us the epicenter for internet and AI development for the West. The details of this are honestly fascinating. The internet of the world used to depend on going through Egypt, the pipeline that connects Asia and Europe, which we can't really depend on anymore. Now there's a pipeline from Saudi Arabia to Jordan called Raman and from Israel to Europe called Blue that connects in Israel through Eilat. Saudi Arabia agreed to this because they need the money and security that comes with this shorter line. It started in 2019, and in 2024, with the Houthis firing and destabilizing the region, the Saudis agreed to complete the project in secret. Israel is now going to be the epicenter for AI development for the world. Just think about the intelligence we now have with the data centers being here and how much countries around the world will be obliged to have good relations with us. But that's a side story, which leads us to the point of this episode. We started with wondering if Israel's at war still, and I throw this question back to you guys. Is Israel still at war? I mean, I think the answer is simple. Yes, we might not have constant missiles dropping on our heads, but our security situation is far from simple or over. We are right in the thick of it, with things able to change at any second. Unfortunately, I wonder if this is the new norm. I don't think so. I believe that with time, Israel will prove itself to be a country, honestly, not worth fighting. Even further, I think we are definitely looking at more and more countries wanting to broker peace with us as they understand that our strength and economic resources are something that they really, really want. The shekel is at its strongest point in 4 years. The Economist named Israel the third strongest economy in the world with the top performing capital market. There is much hope for the future. It's not all leak and war. But we need patience. The wars, although simmering, are not over. Far from it. The simple truth is that this is our new reality for the time being, living with conflicts around us until we have built something so strong and resilient that it becomes clear to the world that they can't mess with us. But even with that, these are religious jihadis. They aren't planning on stopping anytime soon. This is a big part of my resentment at Israel for not really taking the Eighth Front seriously. For us to have strength in the Middle East, we must be perceived as strong. This is also my fear with the infighting. They want us with weak leadership. And it's also my issue with us being so dependent on the US. Their understanding is not what is actually needed on the ground here. They understand many things, but they don't get the jihadi mindset. Peace is not something that the Middle East wants. Strength is. And that's the strategy that needs to be taken with every single one of our enemies. No conceding on Gaza. Hamas needs to go. No giving back the land we took in Syria. Giuliani needs to know we mean business. No allowing Iran to rebuild up its arms. We must deter them at all costs. No allowing Hezbollah to launch a war with us. They must be disarmed. And Qatar and Turkey must be designated the enemy states that they are and exposed for the manipulation and hatred that they're inciting towards us. Even if it means a short-term uncomfortableness for us, if we really want the wars to end, we must think long-term. Short-term pain for long-term gain. The war situation is complicated, and yes, we're in the thick of it, but it's kind of become the new norm. Let us pray that this new norm just continues to grow and strengthen our military abilities, that our soldiers stay safe, that our final hostage comes home, that we are perceived for the strength and for the godliness that we actually are as a Jewish state, as the Jewish people, as a country beyond capable, who is never ever going to cower again, that our leadership really get their act together and know what they need to do to lead the country into the next stage, a stage of unbelievable economic prosperity, military capabilities, and deterrence everywhere. Amen. I'm Ira Kay, and I will see you next time.
Like before the war, as you said, throughout the judiciary reform, you saw that companies started being founded in the US as Delaware companies, and the entire trend shifted. 80% were founded as foreign companies. And then just after October 7th, you saw a flip in that sense. And companies started being founded in Israel. Also see that M&A is better than it's ever been. That's a vote of confidence in the Israeli technology.
Hello and welcome back to the ILTV podcast. I'm Ayan Hoffman, executive editor of ILTV, and I'm so happy to welcome back our viewers and our listeners. Now today we have a very interesting guest to take a deep dive into the Israeli economy as the war on all 7 fronts begins to wind down. That guest is Kerem Nevo. She is the vice president of growth at the Israel Innovation Authority. Welcome, Kerem.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Of course. Now, there's been some new reports that have come out in the last couple of months from the Innovation Authority. Tell me about those couple of reports and where the state of the economy is holding today.
So the Israel Innovation Authority is doing reports in the past, 10, 20 years. It's nothing new, but I think in the past 2 years, this was more significant due to all of the trends and challenges and changes we see in the Israeli economy. So we've been tracking a few numbers, a few data points to see how the tech sector is doing really to the depth. So the yearly report this year was around 3 things. One is the state of investments and M&A. Like we are tracking how many investments are being done in Israel, how many investments being done by sector and by stages. We are tracking how much venture capital, Israeli venture capital are raising money and how are they doing. And we also try to look at M&A and to see trends in M&A. So this is like the basics. This year we've done something special. We've dedicated a whole chapter basically to deep tech ventures in Israel to see in global benchmark how are we really doing in those areas.
So you talk about deep tech. Can you, for our viewers, define deep tech?
For sure. So that was the main concept of this report, was to define what is a deep tech company. Because this is now like a buzzword, everybody's using deep tech, but no one has a really good definition. So if we look at deep tech companies, they will usually solve one of the bigger problems or challenges that human beings are facing. So it will not be another cyber company, another software company, but something that is going deeper in our health, in solving our needs in transportation, in energy, in those areas. Deep tech companies will need more capital in order to be able to solve those problems. And also, the technological risk will not go down in the first couple of years. It will take time for the technology to mature. So these are the main definitions of a deep tech company.
For sure. And the report talks a lot about the resilience in a year when Israel was literally at war on so many different fronts. There's also a lot of rising anti-Semitism worldwide, which is, of course, anti-Zionism, anti-Semitism, very tied together, which could, in fact, affect investments in Israel. And yet what the report showed, if I remember correctly, is that investments in deep tech are actually booming. So how do you explain that?
I think investments in Israel are doing well, very good, more than we have expected. So if you look at investments in companies, we've actually seen a rise since 2023 and moving forward. So everything is not stable but going up in general and in deep tech specifically. And you also see that M&A is better than it's ever been. That means foreign companies did acquisitions in Israel of Israeli tech. That's a vote of confidence in the Israeli technology. Even if you take out 2 very big deals that were made in the first half of 25, which is Wiz and CyberArk, you still see that the first half of 25 is as big as the entire year of 23 was. So that's pretty amazing.
That is amazing. And alongside that increase in investments and the mergers and the acquisitions, as you mentioned, we're also seeing a bit of a decline, though, in Israeli funds being able to raise new capital. And I'm assuming that sort of offsets in some way. How does the Israel Innovation Authority view that kind of trend? And, is that unique to the Israeli market, or is that something we're seeing in other places? So maybe it's not tied to the war.
Yeah. So I'll start by saying this is something we see cross borders. Investments in VCs went down in the US and in Europe in the past 2 years due to the changes in interest rates, right? So you don't have to go all the way to high-risk ventures. You can just put money in the bank and you'll get an income. So you don't have to invest in such high-risk ventures. You also see changes because the bubble we had in 2021 burst, and those ventures who investors invested in were not that successful. So you see those trends going globally. You see consolidations of funds in the US. You do see that the decline in Israel is a bit higher, and we see it as part of everything that was going on in the past 2 years. So I want to say we've taken action in that sense, and in the past 2 years we've been investing in VCs directly and indirectly. So we had this big Yozma fund that was dedicated to have Israeli institutional investors investing in VCs, which we double up. And we had just recently a new fund that invests directly into VCs that invest in deep tech. So in those two cases, we are trying to even the playing field and have Israel as competitive as possible.
And yet, we are known as the startup nation. We've always sort of prided ourselves on our ability to build these startups and to see them to get bigger. We eventually sort of thought of ourselves as the unicorn country. If we were to look even 10 years from now, based on what you're seeing today, and I know you're not a prophet, but would you be able to predict that in 10 years, Israel would still be among the number one places to invest? Or do you think things are starting to change? And if some of these trends continue, we might end up in a different place?
So I think we are in a very interesting starting point today. Like, if we look at the report, we can see that a lot of the money that was raised in Israel was raised in bigger rounds, meaning it was raised for more mature companies. We see an increase in $50 million and up rounds. So you see that the unicorn status is kept, and is kept well. What's interesting today is to look down the funnel and to see the really, really early stages starting to emerge. Now, and we're trying to explain to ourselves, how come we see this trend of we have this really interesting fund that invests in an entrepreneur that just has an idea. So they're thinking about opening a startup. They don't know yet, and so we are giving them around $80,000 just to start POCing their idea. And in that fund, we started seeing more and more demand. Today, we see a 50% increase in demand and also in quality. So if we want to explain that phenomenon, think about this man or woman that spent the past 2 years in reserve service, doing real life, challenges and trying to solve them. They're coming back. They haven't been to their, initial work for 2 years now, and they maybe don't want to go back. And they have this idea of how to solve real life problems. So they come to us, they ask for a grant. We see the quality is higher, meaning that they're really after big challenges. And these can be the next, big startups for Israel. So we are in a very interesting starting point, in my opinion.
And I was speaking to one of your colleagues not too long ago who actually mentioned to me that there was something very interesting, which was that reservists that sort of met in the fields came together and applied for grants together. People who maybe were in different fields or had never worked together, but now had ideas that they wanted to build. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's true. And we see a lot of those couplings you get doing reserve service, people from different fields, from different disciplines coming together. That creates, real new ventures that are super interesting, and we will be happy, to take them through the pre-seed, seed, and A rounds as they grow.
And I know this is the longest war that Israel has had ever at this stage, and that this is a war that is very different than wars that we've, of course, had in the past. But have you seen these trends work out in other wars or in past wars? In other words, when there were reservists that came in, did their companies turn out to be successful?
So I will say I started working in the Israeli Innovation Authority on October 8th. So my experience is as long as this war that we've experienced. But I have to say, yes, I think I've worked at Wix for 10 years. Before I joined the Israel Innovation Authority. Wix was founded in 2008, just in 2006, and raised money in 2008, just when, the big financial crisis hit. And I think this way Wix was built strong. It was built to last over crisis because it was born in a crisis. I think that when a company or a venture is being founded in a moment of challenge, they are being built healthy, and they really, follow challenges that are important and not, mediocre stuff.
And you're sort of answering my next question, I think, with regards to then why Israel, why now? If you were an investor, head of a VC or an LP, and you wanted to think about, should I invest in Israel? I'm not doing it yet. Why would today be the reason to get started?
So there is everything I said about this moment in time after the war, but I think a couple of more things are worth mentioning. The second is, I think it's not by accident that we see so much M&A going on today. Prices in Israel are good after the war. Israel is always around good, solid technology, great teams, great talent. But now, today, when foreign companies come here, they see companies who has had the resilience of operating throughout the past 2 years, throughout the past 5 years. Like, think what happened here before the war. We had COVID, we had a financial crisis in tech specifically. So those companies were built to last, were built resilient and agile, and were able to go through so much. And those companies are today doing really, really well, in the financial side, but also you see that those companies are really in good valuations and good prices. So the investors come here for a reason. Having said that, Israel is also a place for good tech, and the past 2 years we saw this tech in the battlefield. We saw it in the sky throughout the Iran war. Israel deep tech is something that is proven that I don't think has a lot of competition worldwide.
So would you be able to compare Israel's ecosystem at all to, let's say, Silicon Valley, Berlin?
So if we look at deep tech specifically, and this is also something we've checked in the report, you see that Israel is the next hub after the U.S. There are a couple of places in the U.S. where deep tech is bigger and more mature than in Israel, but Israel comes just after that, before Europe, before anywhere else. So yes, I think Israel is super competitive in all the important fields such as semiconductors, quantum, AI and AI applications, and medical health, and etc. Israel is really in the frontier of those areas.
And if we are, so how are we going to ensure that that stays? And are there enough new entrepreneurs or startups working in these fields to ensure that this keeps growing?
So we've seen actually a decline in the past 7-8 years. We've seen a decline in the number of startups being founded in Israel.
Really?
Which, if you come to think about it, it's not necessarily a bad thing. You can see it as a way of the ecosystem to mature and have bigger companies being built and really the best teams forming, a new startup. But as I said, in the past year, we've seen an increase in that. And we as the Israel Innovation Authority are really investing exactly in that. Our biggest fund, the Startup Fund, is funding only deep tech and only early stage. So we take part in rounds. We take part in pre-seed, seed, and A in a non-dilutive grant. So we reduce the risk for investors to come invest in those startups. And we do pre-seed, seed, and A to make sure these deep tech companies have the best funding in order to grow.
So now you're mentioning this, the Israel Innovation Authority, just in case our viewers don't know, is actually part of the government. And it's a government entity. There's been a lot of talk or some changes in the tax system, right? There's some tax reforms that are supposed to be helping VCs. They're supposed to be helping make the M&As easier to accomplish. Tell me a little bit about the tax reform, the incentives that it's offering. Is it enough? What needs to happen next?
So the Israel Innovation Authority, what is worth mentioning, we are a corporate, actually. We are a governmental corporate.
Okay.
Which is independent and is investing, in professional, manner. So we do two things. One is to invest. We invest in both in companies and in VCs, but we also are responsible for the tech ecosystem regulation-wise, looking at everything and making sure Israel is as competitive as it can be with all of the relevant stakeholders. So I think the tax reform, which we've done with the Israel Taxation Authority and the Ministry of Finance, is around every stakeholder you see as important: multinational companies, private people who did relocation and want to come back to Israel, startups, growth companies, and investors. Each one of them, we try to look at two factors. One, is the system stable enough and clear? Like, if you're a foreign investor and you want to invest in an Israeli company, is everything clear to you, or is it like a black box that is making you feel uncomfortable? And these are the places we try to push through. And also, are we competitive? Like, if you will get better tax arena in different places around the globe, we will want to match that. So this is what we did in the reform. So it's around M&A, how an Israeli company can acquire another Israeli company to make sure the market is efficient. It's around multinational companies have been able to acquire companies here, but also to maintain a big, solid R&D center. It's around investors, Israeli and foreign. What is their tax incentives, etc. So these are the places where we try to push. I think it's a very good, aggressive tax reform.
Good. And I don't know if we've seen any results from that yet. Can you talk to that at all, or it's just too new?
It's a little bit new. Some of the parts in it needs to still go through legislation. Some of them are already implemented. I think that it comes really in the right time, because I'm guessing a lot of your listeners are foreign investors that are great Israel lovers, but are thinking maybe it's not the time to invest in Israel, and maybe we need to wait a little bit more on the fence. The idea is to tell them, listen, you will enjoy the best tax environment you can imagine, which will be solid, will be clear, will work inside the playground and with no exceptions. Please come. Israel is a great place to put your money in.
Amazing. Now, I also was reading statistically, though, that people are leaving Israel. And I know that even before we had COVID, then we had in Israel the judicial reform protest, where many people in the tech arena were talking about leaving the country. Many, in fact, did. And then, of course, the war started. Some came back to do reserves and to be dedicated, reunified when the war started, of course. And now we're starting to see, we look statistically, that there are still a lot of Israelis choosing to leave the country. And there's a fear of a brain drain. There's a fear that we'll lose some of our brightest minds, maybe not because of the taxes, but maybe for other reasons, quality of life. There's no war in some other countries, most other countries around the world. And at the same time as we're getting new immigrants, while we're getting more new immigrants because of all of the challenges to Jews around the world, it's not quite meeting the number of Israelis that are leaving the country. Are you concerned about the brain drain? Can you give me any data on that? And what is the trajectory or the plan for helping to get some of these talented people back in Israel?
So it's very interesting because you see this, as you say, brain drain, but you also, I'm always looking at how many Israeli companies are founded Israeli. So you could have seen a really interesting trend. Like before the war, as you said, throughout the judiciary reform, you saw that companies started being founded in the US as Delaware companies, and the entire trend shifted. 80% were founded as foreign companies. And then just after October 7th, you saw a flip in that sense. And companies started being founded in Israel, saying, I'm Israeli. And I'm going to build this venture here to make it long last here. And after that, you see this number, being based on 50-50. Okay? I think the moving in and out of Israel is kind of behaving the same. It's more of an emotional decision-making, which I think taxation, honestly, doesn't affect that much. What we want to make sure is that once you, let's say, decide to come back, you will have you will have positive incentives to do so and zero negative incentives to not do so. So we want to see that every single asset you've been able to get outside of Israel will not be taxed here. We want to make sure that you will get the best option, like equity taxation you can get while coming back here. We want to make sure that you have the best place and the best ecosystem when you decide to come back. So we're not trying actually to influence that decision, but to make it as easy as possible.
Can you give me one or two concrete examples of where these types of incentives or the new regulations have actually made it possible for such a deal to go through or for someone to come back?
I will give you an example on how how the system was manufactured. No one intended that will be the way the system will work, but how does it work, okay? Let's say that I'm leaving the country to go and relocate to the U.S. to work there for, let's say I have a 2 years position in the U.S. So my lawyer and my tax consultant will tell me, listen, there is no way you can come back after 2 years. You will be taxed both in the U.S. and in Israel. You need to wait 4 years, okay? So I will wait 4 years. And then in 4 years, I will look and I will say, okay, if I come back now, I will not enjoy any incentive, but I will lose some rights I have in equity and other stuff. But if I wait 6 years, then I get some incentives and benefits. Maybe I should wait a couple more years. After 6 years, you will look and say, okay, but in 10 years, I'm getting a lot more incentives. Maybe I should wait 10 years. After 10 years, no one is coming back because children are already, in schools and you're part of a community and you're not coming back. The idea was to maybe have everything being expedited and having you come back 2 years or 4 years after you left and not 10.
Incredible. So, we're going to run out of time, but I do want to talk a little bit about this idea of foreign investors who may be still nervous about investing in such a complex market. So what co-investment or syndication opportunities exist with strong local funds, corporates, public instruments that can help them get comfortable and move faster, especially given they don't speak the language and they don't know the system?
So I think Israel is enjoying two really interesting assets. One is the local VC ecosystem in Israel. You have so many local VC funds that have been investing in the Israeli ecosystem for 20 years. They know the ecosystem. They know the founders. They know how to due diligence early stages. And I think the best kind of corporations we're seeing is those foreign VCs partnering with Israeli investors and co-investing together. This is something we are trying to increase with our funding. So our funding today, as I said, we are investing directly in deep tech VCs that will invest in Israeli tech. We can give this incentive that can go up to $10 million per VC. We are investing both in Israeli VCs, but also in foreign ones who will build an Israeli entity. And I call everyone who are watching, contact us, we can assist. But those cooperations are also happening without us, which is great. The second asset I think we have is the institutional investors, the Israeli institutional investors who are investing both directly in companies and also indirectly through funds. They're investing in Israeli funds, in foreign funds, and they have been a real professional player that is investing more and more in the tech scene. So I think these are the two main pillars the Israeli economy has.
So last question, we're getting close to 2026. We're just about a month away. What is your resolution, your New Year's resolution for the Israeli ecosystem, the Israeli economy as we go into the new year?
So I think we have been so focused on the early stages, on building new startups. But I think we need to think a little bit more about the more mature companies we have, which are huge assets. We have both strong growth companies and mature companies in Israel. And I think we need to have more thought into how to make them more Israeli. Like, we know that R&D centers are super easy to be funded in Israel, and the talent here is amazing. But we can also have more salespeople here. We can have the e-commerce, the financial side, the strategic side. Everything can be Israeli. I think we have a really mature talent today and a mature ecosystem that can support building big companies in Israel, not only startups. So I think this is where my heart is these days.
It's a great vision. Well, Karam Nevo, thank you so much for joining today.
Thank you for your time.
The Israel Antiquities Authority, together with the Tower of David Jerusalem Museum, announced on Monday that they uncovered the remains of a 2,100-year-old wall dating back to the Hasmonean era. This discovery is still being debated by historians as the mystery behind this archaeological finding is still unresolved. ILTV's Devo Klein has the full story.
The Israel Antiquities Authority staff have uncovered a remarkable finding. Underneath the Tower of David's site, excavators discovered the remains of a dismantled border wall, a wall meant to keep the holy city of Jerusalem fortified. But there are discrepancies. Why was the wall taken down? And why does the carbon dating refer the wall to a post-Hanukkah era, after the Maccabean revolt? Multiple interpretations are offered, but excavators from the Israel Antiquities Authority are saying that the wall could have been taken down as a gesture to then Greek king Antiochus, not to be confused with Antiochus, the Hanukkah story villain. Archaeologists believe that around 134 BCE, 3 decades after the Hanukkah story, Jerusalem was attacked again by another Greek king. To save Jerusalem from yet another siege, the Hashmonaim leader at the time agreed to destroy the city's fortifications